Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 296-300. Disparity between the first. Chaldea seemed to return to normal after a few days. At least, that was how it looked to her. Just another bad thing that happened but that everyone got over. It made sense that they couldn't remain behind and focus on what happened and keep on pushing forwards. She understood that. Which was why she understood that she was probably the one in the wrong for continuing to think back on it. It made her frustrated. And upset. So very frustrated. But she had no one to blame but herself. In the very beginning, it had been her own weakness which had led to this moment. Or rather, her own lack of maturity when it came to being a servant. Which was why she was trying to do something about it. No, she had to do something about it. The mere thought that she just wasn't able to achieve anything was too terrible for her to bear for very long, so she needed to do something about it quickly. Made worse when she knew that Senpai had such confidence in her. Her eyes flicked upwards as she drew her lips thin. It wouldn't be long now, she figured. He had been coming here repeatedly during the hours of the night when few others were awake. Only the monitoring staff for the possible singularities were around at this time. Or Dr. Romani. She was trying to avoid him catching sight of her because it was so late. She knew that the doctor would almost certainly disapprove of her not getting the right amount of sleep. She could picture his face very easily when he became upset about it. So she wanted to avoid it. Getting more people disappointed in her was something she would like to avoid. Even if it was earned. Her eyes snapped to the door as it started to open and she braced herself. The second the doors pulled up, she saw him. And he saw her. There was a brief second when he stiffened and his eyes widened a mere fraction before his face reverted. It was the only sign that he was surprised to see her at all, but that was where it ended. Remaining on the other side of the doorway, he stared right back at her. Mash. His greeting came slowly. Ash-san. Hers came a little bit faster. It is not ordinary for you to be present here at this time of night. He continued on, yet you do not seem surprised to see me. Have you been waiting for me? She nodded her head. That was indeed the case. Yes, I know you've been coming here a lot and I wanted to talk with you. Talk. A brow was raised at her. We could have spoken easily during the day. Why wait until the waning hours before you approached me? Why indeed? It wasn't like she was doing anything suspicious, was it? No, this was all for the sake of Senpai and Chaldea. I want to train. My question remains unchanged. She flinched a little and glanced to the side. Her hands came up and rubbed against one another. Yes, she knew that. It was what made the next bit a little harder to say. I don't know if Senpai will approve. Glancing back showed a face of slight confusion, and why would that be the case? To my knowledge, there is very little reason for him to disapprove of how you go about your training. He has drawn the line at permanent injuries and killing, that is the extent of it. So long as those rules are upheld, there are no grounds for preventing training. His words made a lot of sense and she knew it. Yet she could not shake the feeling that what she was about to say next would explain everything. I want to train with you, she began, briefly wetting her lips before saying what she meant. And I don't want you to hold back against me. Ash drew back a little, eyes narrowing. I am not certain you are aware of what you are asking me. I am. Taking a step forwards, she looked him in the eyes. I know I am. I doubt that. Ash-san, do you think that I'm weak? She wanted to know if that was what he thought. Because the way he was talking, it was as if he was trying to avoid injuring her just because of how she was. It was frustrating to her to be spoken about like this. She was capable of fighting just as well as any servant, she knew it. She knew that it had to be the case. He was silent for a few seconds. It is not a matter of weakness. It is merely that if I were to fight you with nothing held back, there is very little chance that you would survive. That is an objective fact. Hearing it said so bluntly made her draw back a little. She wanted to say that she was strong enough to fight him. She really did. But there were the memories of London flashing through her mind, and much as she didn't want to say there was such a gap between the two of them, she wasn't quite sure how she was supposed to have beaten his ultimate noble phantasm. The sword which he had used in the fight against Gwyn. Could she defeat something as powerful as that? No. Of course she could not. From the very beginning, she knew that it was not the case. Mash dropped her arms down to her side, pulling her hands into fists and clenching her jaw. I want to be better. Is mother not good enough for you then? She jolted a little. His voice was thick with venom and his face had warped into a brief snarl, but then he drew back just as quickly and lost the expression in the mere blink of an eye. It was as if it never happened. Ash-san. With a short breath, he folded his arms. There is little that I could teach you that you would not already be learning with her. Given that mother has apparently deemed you worthy of being tutored, there is little reason for me to intervene in the matter. Bring these concerns to her and I am sure that she would leap at the chance to give you extra care. She wasn't sure where this was coming from. Being spoken to with such, she would not call it hostility, but it certainly was not positive. Rather, he sounded upset. Ash-san. She quickly shook her head. I don't want Guinevere-san to teach me because I think she wants to take her time. Ash looked down at her for a brief moment, drawing his lips thin. He did not offer anything in the way of an actual reply, so she just continued speaking. I know that she means well, but I can't afford to take so much time in getting better. In trying to master my skills because I'm falling behind and I'm dragging everyone down with me. She placed her hands over her chest and hunched forwards. I was so close to defeating Seath, I was so close, but I was just too weak to beat him, and then Avenger had been able to use it all against me because I was too weak. Again and again. It was the same thing all those times. I don't want to be weak anymore, Ash-san, I want to be a servant that Senpai can rely upon. He already does that. Mash closed her eyes and drew in a sharp breath. Yes, Senpai did rely on her already, he had said so many times. Maybe he even believed it. But she did not. I don't think that I'm worthy of that. It was such a little thing to admit, and perhaps it didn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. I want to feel as if I am actually a servant he can rely upon. Every time it always feels as if I am the one being supported the whole way. Whether it's by you or by Guinevere-san or by anyone else. It was such a little thing to admit, and perhaps it didn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. I want to feel as if I am actually a servant he can rely upon. Every time it always feels as if I am the one being supported the whole way. Whether it's by you or by Guinevere-san or by anyone else. Her head snapped up and she looked him in the eyes. You all try so hard and you all do so much, but then when I try, I feel as if you have to pick up the slack. I try and I keep failing. I'm not strong enough when it truly matters, the one chance when I could be there for Senpai, when it was actually just me, and I couldn't stop the servant who hurt him so much. What was the point of a servant who could not protect their master? There wasn't one. I'm supposed to be his servant, but she could say no more. There was a silence that dropped between them, a silence so heavy that it was as if something pressed upon her shoulders. Then there was the sound of an exhale. Fine. She looked up, feeling hope blossom in her heart. Ash had his back to her and was already starting to walk away. Come. She did not need to be told twice. Being here without Senpai was strange. Mash glanced around and fidgeted as the simulator booted up and formed the image. She was familiar enough with the design and the layout of it all, having been here once before. The Roman Colosseum. She did not know why he had chosen this landscape, but she would not question it. Heavy footfalls drew her eyes to the far end of it, the dull thud of metal against sand as a figure stalked out of the gates and under the light of the simulated sun. Except there was something different here. Mash narrowed her eyes at the appearance of the knight. It had to be Ash, but it was different from what she remembered him wearing. The armor he wore was plain. If it was compared to all other sets of armor he wore, there was very little special about this one. Heavy-looking polished metal with graying scraps jutting forth from between the joins, matted scraps of chainmail hung low around his waist. In one hand was held a silver shield, the vague outline of an old design upon it, but the most eye-catching thing were the marks across. The chips and dents, the slash marks which cut across it all. She was sure the shield had gone through many bottles and wasn't quite as hardy as her own. Yet Mash knew who he was under the armor she felt. What was she supposed to feel here? She had asked him not to hold back, but as she stood there and watched him walk at her with equipment that looked much like a downgrade compared to what he had previously worn and used, was she supposed to feel uneasy? It felt as if he might have been taking her too lightly, but she did not want to imagine that was the case. He stopped a few feet short of her. This is the armor I wore when I first rose. The final gift granted under Gawain by Mother. His voice was toneless as he moved his free hand across and took hold of the sword, very slowly unsheathing it from his waist as he took a half step back and assumed a posture. It was a rather standard one if she was being honest. Shield raised up and sword poised right behind it for a thrust. So we shall do battle as this and see if her teaching is greater than father's. Oh, yes. He had been taught by Sir Lu, hadn't he? She almost forgot about that. Are you really going to fight me with that? She asked instead, gesturing to the sword and shield. They are. Do you think me weaker because I have discarded my usual weapons and armor? That was not what she wanted to imply. But it was. The sword was inches from her eye. Mash swung up and with a metallic clang, the tip of the blade was knocked away. Then a boot crashed into the center mass of her shield and she skated backwards over the sand, eyes snapping up as the footfalls continued. Her shield came up as a force slammed into it once again and she held firm. It was heavy. She ducked to the side as the sword went over the edge of the shield and tried to find her. A deft swing of the arm slapped the edge of the blade away from her. She shifted back and thrust. A grunt and then her shield was knocked aside. Mash blinked. Then she reeled in pain when something caught the underside of her chin. It was like she had been struck with a hammer. She stumbled backwards, hand flying to her jaw and her eyes snapped down. Ash held his longsword by the blade, then he flipped it about and caught it at the handle once more. You have long misunderstood, Mash. He was advancing on her yet again. My skills were designed to end battles quickly. I do not need to draw them out once I have knowledge of my opponent's fighting skills. Ash charged again. He was upon her before she could blink. Their shields met with a dull crack of metal, her teeth grit as she tried to push him back. Except she couldn't. He was meeting her full strength and peering over the rim of her shield. The helm gazed down at her and he matched his featureless gaze with an empty voice. I will do as you ask and fight with the intention of ending this with skill and strength alone. Goo. She stumbled again as another impact rattled her grip on the shield, sliding backwards and raising her head up. But it was the distance that surprised her, and made her more than a little worried. All he had done was drive a knee into her guard. So why was she now a half-dozen meters away? I had no such benefits as you do, Mash. I began my life weak. Frail. I died. His sword smashed against her shield. I died. Another swing was blocked. She knocked it back and went for a thrust. It met nothing but air. I died. Her head snapped back as the rim of his own shield slammed into the bridge of her nose, but she managed to avoid the sword thrust. I died. Her gauntlet diverted the path of the thrust away from her body. She lashed back with a swift jab. It was a blow that struck nothing but the metal surface of his shield. I died. A shove sent her stumbling away as he walked after her. That was it. He did not run or even dash. He just walked towards her. I died again and again. That was my one and only talent. Catching the sword against her shield, she grit her teeth as he forced more and more strength into it. She could feel the power behind his arm. His single arm. Was the ground cracking under her? It felt like it might have been. A low and menacing grinding of metal against metal flooded her ears. My one and only skill. All I could do to make it to the next step of my journey was die. She twisted, the sword slash went right past her as she spun around Ash, pistoning her shield forwards and thrusting it right towards his back. His hand caught it, stopping it dead in its tracks. What? His head slowly rotated to stare her down as she tried to push further and further. How did? He wasn't moving. Was his arm even trembling? She couldn't tell. If you want to fight me at my best, fine. You can fight me at my best. He yanked forwards and she saw the pommel of the sword racing towards her face. Her hand came up and caught his wrist before it could drop, but she barely managed to stop it from cracking against her temple. Even then, it was taking everything she could to merely slow down the falling attack. Her arms trembled on either side as he just lowered the sword further and further. Mash could feel her muscles scream. The bones were in rebellion against her. But dying to me. Her eyes flicked over to his helmet. Won't make you better. Next thing she knew, his helmet swung forwards right into her face. Reeling back with a gasp of pain, she clasped a hand over her nose and stumbled away, feeling the burning of tears in her cheek. Then the air exploded from her lungs. She looked down for a brief second to see the boot which had hammered right into her ribs. Next thing she knew was the sound of a cannon and the rush of air through her ears. It all stopped as one with the crash of rock and earth. She was slumped against something. What happened? No, she knew what happened. Where was? Her head lolled back and forth as she realized where she was. He kicked her into the stands. Fingers roamed around for a grip on the seats beside her, pressing down to raise herself up. Then a shadow fell on her and she heard the whistle in the air. The hairs on the back of her neck shot upwards and she turned about, shield raised on instinct. It was a blow that had been stronger than the others, forcing her backwards and very nearly off her feet. She lowered the shield just enough to see that he was now holding the sword with both hands. Then he was upon her again with another swing which sunk her feet downwards. And again, all she could hear was the pounding of metal against metal for what felt like hours. Her grip jerked and her eyes flew up, spotting the hand which had curled around and clamped down on the shield. She twisted and knocked it aside, wrenching the grip free and spinning upwards with a kick. Ash just leaned backwards. The kick didn't even touch him. Was she really so slow? Was it really that predictable? Her foot touched the ground and a fist smashed into her ribs, the air blown from her lungs as she was thrown from her feet once more. Already making an effort to right herself as the world blew past her. But then she saw it in the few seconds when her eyes faced that direction. The steel helm that was mere inches away from her. Then came the blow to her back, right between her shoulders, and the ground rushed to meet her in an instant. Finding anything comforting in this facility was hard. Very hard. Actually, she found it hard to get anything in her room working properly. Mostly because of how hot her body ran. The first time she touched one of those control panels, she had melted it away into orange sludge on the ground. Seemed this place wasn't built for her kind. Small shock. Places rarely were built with the intention of housing demons, so at the end of the day it hardly mattered all that much. Besides, she could make do with what she was given. When you had almost nothing left, being given a little something always went better in her experience. And if her ears were not deceiving her, then that dull thudding sound growing closer and closer was right on time. With a smirk, she turned on the door as it opened up. The large shadow ducked down a little to poke their head through and a pair of wide and red eyes spotted her quickly. A bit smile split over the face as the body managed to force its way through the hole in the wall and made an advance towards her. Comfy. Quelaag snorted at his little innocent comment and skittered forwards, still on the side of the wall as she walked. That is a word for it, though I am sure that our shared master would probably take one look and roll over. She paused for a moment as she flicked her eyes around the webbed-up chamber. Or crater, really. One of the few places that could house her happened to be the epicenter of an explosion. The shredded metal and molten wires reminded her a little of home. Just not nearly as advanced. But stringing up some webs turned it all into a rather comfortable burrow for herself, and at least her silk managed to keep the flames from melting through the floor and spilling molten magma everywhere. Wasn't she considerate? And was it just Asterios here today? Where is your little rider? Away to do her hair. Asterios tilted his head and looked up at her. His eyes tracked her as she moved when he responded. Uriah hair is fine. Ah, so she just did not fancy a visit, did she? Typical. Though entirely expected, Quelaag was not really the sort who got visitors all that often in her little abode. With some exceptions. Keeping those thoughts to herself, she dropped back down and gave Asterios a quick look over. She wasn't sure why he came, but he just did. Every now and again he'd come down and visit her and he wouldn't really do all that much. Well then. Quelaag folded her arms and tilted her head. What has been happening with you today then, Asterios? Of course, she would prompt such conversations. She was rather unsure how it all began, but Asterios would come down and then tell her all about what he got up to today. Though it was mostly the same thing again and again. Asterios, with a wide and happy smile, told her all about what he was doing with Euryale today. Saw Chris as well. MMMMH. Oh, her. Quelaag brushed her hands and sighed. I would have thought her to be the sort you were warned away from. I would imagine Euryale to have told you about how temperamental her niece is, or is it nephew? Terribly confusing, really. Asterios made a small noise and looked away. Ah, so he really had been warned then. Oh. He ducked his head a little further as she advanced forwards, pushing herself upwards with her legs and leaning forwards. Are we being a little rebel, Asterios? My. Whatever would Euryale do if she found out you were speaking with her big bad? Please don't. Tell. She stopped at how serious he sounded. Leaning back and cocking a brow, she waited for him to continue. She was nice. Sort of. He fidgeted a little and looked around, then looked down. Talked about nature. Quelaag flattened her gaze. Did you actually talk or were you talked at? His silence was enough of an answer for her as well. With a shake of the head, she turned away. You should go and spend some time with that musical fellow. The one with the pale skin and atrocious fashion. Wolf. No, not Sif. Asterios blinked. Wolfgang. Oh, Mozart. Him. She brushed a hand a little. Go and learn an instrument from him. Maybe even the triangle instead. It's more the sort of thing that you should be doing rather than listening to whatever drivel comes from one of Nar Alma's flunkies. Asterios frowned a little. Want to talk to her? Quelaag saw where this was going and sighed, because she is related to Euryale. And Medusa. And Steno. Her eyes dropped and she shrugged. All right then. Though do try to avoid letting her words get to you. The only real opinion that matters is whatever it is you want to do, rather than what the world says is right for you. She gestured to herself. Take it from someone who knows. Phew. What? She leaned past and looked down towards the entry to her little home. Phew. Hugh. What? She squinted at the small animal that looked, oh, right. That thing that just walked around everyone. Ah. Asterios made a happy noise. Foo. And Foo repeated the same call as always, except he was looking at her and stomping his little feet with an air of impatience. She leaned back a little and stared at the animal. Purely for the audacity of it. Was that little thing really trying to summon her? With a roll of the eyes, she advanced across the room rather rapidly and then leaned down ever so slightly, but ensured that her secondary head was positioned right in front of the animal, teeth bared and inferno visible in the back of its throat. Most little flies that end up in the spider's web try to avoid drawing attention to themselves like that. She gave it a flat stare. This thing could definitely understand her. Fu looked back. He looked very smug as well. More confident than a little white fox thing really should have done. As if she was somehow adorable with her efforts. Frowning, she drew herself back. Did you need something? Where is Mash? Isn't she normally your keeper? And like that, the little animal lost that confident smirk and then put on a much more serious face. Hugh. And then turned and sprinted away. Right. Strange animal. One would have thought they would have had something around here to actually translate what that thing was saying. Hugh. Foo. Foo. And those calls were getting very loud. Groaning, she turned and walked in the opposite direction. At least until she saw Asterios giving her one of those little stares. I think he wants you. Follow. That was punctuated by yet another cry for attention. Quelaag groaned again and turned around, striding through the little hole and into the corridor. This had better not have been just for her to drag out some food for them. Otherwise she might actually eat them. Alright, maybe not because Mash really liked them. But she would definitely wrap them up in silk or something. Mash wasn't sure how long they had been training. It hadn't felt like all that long. But it stopped when Ash just slung his shield back over his shoulder and sheathed his sword. We're done. And then he waved a hand. The pain and aches which had been shooting through her body vanished under a golden haze of light, and that was the end of it. Or the end of the pain, anyway. Mash jolted a little at the sudden and blunt declaration. Wait. She raised a hand and stepped forwards. I can still. We have been training for 3 hours. They had. It was like having ice water dunked over her head as she realized just how long they had been doing this. She just. Right. The others would be waking up soon, and she knew that someone would probably check the simulator logs and see who had been using it. Which meant she might have a conversation with either Dr. Romani or the director in the future about what she was doing so early in the morning. It wasn't like she had been doing anything bad though. Okay. He was right though, they had been doing this enough. Her eyes flicked towards Ash, already walking away from her without another word. Am I? She called out, then stopped as she thought about how it would sound. Did she care though? Not especially. Am I getting better? Ash stopped, still with his back to her. He answered back. I am the wrong person to ask. Huh. That didn't make sense at all. But he was already walking away and right out of the simulator before she had a chance to press him further. None of that made a lot of sense to her in the least. Frowning, she looked down at her hands for a few moments and at the gloves that covered them. Curling them into fists as she took in a deep breath to try and calm down her nerves. Though she wasn't quite sure if it was working or not. Did she feel like she was improving? No. 3 hours and it felt like she had not made all that much progress against him in the least. It had been 3 hours of him just winning. All of her attacks were just failures. She could defend, but that was only until he did something to get past her defense, and then she was right back to being thrown around like she was trash. The thought stung. Worse than that, she felt like she was letting down the heroic spirit who granted her this power. It was not that she thought to see some radical change after the first training session though. She was not so silly as to expect instant results without really hard work. It was just that there was such a gap between herself and Ash that it was hard for her to really think of anything else at the moment. She was. Mash slowly lowered herself down and sat there. Impatient. That was how she felt right now. She was impatient, and she was sure there was good reason enough for it. They didn't have much time, and there were never going to be many moments for their opponents to give her the chance to build up her strength and resolve. There was just so little time, and she wanted to at least manage something like this for when it mattered. For when it really counted. Phew, she jolted. Where did that come from? Her eyes swung about and then dropped down to the little blur of white which was bounding across the sand. Fu-san, she greeted with a smile as they hopped up onto her lap and gazed at her. How long have you been here, Fu-san? They only responded with a tilt of the head. Honestly, with how often they just seemed to appear and disappear at random, she would not have been surprised if he had followed them into the simulator and had been just waiting around for her to get back out or to finish. Sorry if I kept you waiting, Fu-san. He leaned a bit into her touch as she brushed her fingers over the back of his head. It was nice, for the short moment that it was. Were you worried about me, Fu-san? He turned and looked up at her at that. It was always hard to place how smart he really was. But she was sure that he was very clever, certainly more clever than he seemed to let on. Really, she thought he would be talking if he was able to do that. Wouldn't that be a thought and a half? She paused for a moment and stopped before she could say anything about being fine. Was it the truth? No, it was not. But she was sure that with time it might work out. I'm trying, I think. Yes, that was it. And I think that it will have to do, Fu-san. She brushed at the back of his head, then started to stand up again as he remained in her arms, coiled up in a ball and still looking up at her. Yes, she was going to keep on trying her very best. Because everyone else was doing that, so it made sense. What really gnawed at her though, was whether her very best was enough. Fu was watching her intently, she realized, then let out a small and disapproving yip sound before they jumped down from her arms and looked up at her. There was an intensity in their eyes. One that struck her with quite a bit of surprise. Then Fu ducked away and went shooting out of the simulator without another sound from him or a glance her way. The encounter left her feeling a little surprised. Perhaps it was how intense his gaze had been. It was strange. Almost like Fu was planning something. Mash thought about how that might have sounded, but then she shook her head and started to walk out of the simulator. She figured that it would be time for Chaldea to start waking up now, and she wanted to make sure that Dr. Romani had actually gotten a proper rest this time. He might have been trying to hide it, but she could tell he was very tired. She'd been there for a bit. A while, really. But she had been watching for the most part and seen what was happening. Stubborn idiocy, if ever there was such a clear thing as it. Quelaag felt her lips curl downwards at the mere memory of it. And it was not even that old of a memory either. She had made herself scarce the moment Guinevere's son had started to walk out, but she wouldn't have been all that surprised if he knew she had been there from the beginning. The moment the little animal scampered out, she gave chase after it and folded her arms over her chest. Catching up was an easy thing to do. Then again, it didn't seem to be making much of an effort to outrun her, merely moving far enough away that Mash wouldn't have really noticed either of them unless she really started to look. Yet as soon as it was both clear they were not being followed and no one would disturb them, she slowed herself to a dead halt and glared down at the little animal. It regarded her only with a blank stare and a tilt of the head. What was I supposed to be looking at? She jerked a thumb over her shoulder. The animal did nothing more than stare. TCH. Why was she even talking to the little menace in the first place? Not like she would have expected an intelligent conversation. Are you saying that you don't like that either? She couldn't wrap her head around why Mash had been so dogged in that little, well, she wouldn't call it training as much as she would call it a one-sided flogging from beginning to end. This time she actually did get an answer in the form of a slight tilt of the head. Which was barely an answer. More like an acknowledgement of what she said. Quelaag felt her face drop and rolled her eyes, then waved a hand. So go and wake up the other one. I'm sure that the kid would want to know about this or something. Eyes narrowed a little, the animal stomped a tiny paw and huffed. Did they not want him to know or something? She wasn't even going to pretend to understand the motivations behind this, or the fact she was trying to hold a conversation with an animal that did not speak an actual language. This was definitely not like trying to trade words with demons, because at least they actually spoke a language. With a roll of the eyes, she turned her head and let out a breath. Well, for one thing, this was the first time it happened as far as she knew. So Mash would probably develop some common sense as time went on and decide that what she was doing was definitely not training. Or, well, not the best training. If she wanted to beat someone in a fight, the easiest way of doing it was with some help. Phew. Another stomp of a tiny paw and Quelaag let out a sigh and turned her eyes back down to the little animal. The little animal that was quickly turning into a menace. What? She groaned, pointing towards them. What are you huffing and puffing at me for? She can make her own choices and she can learn from them, same as everyone else. Fu just narrowed his eyes at her as if challenging her words. Quelaag tensed a little as she realized what they were doing. Did this little thing really believe they were going to try and stubborn her into doing this? Well, she would show them. Mash is definitely going to stop this. You'll see. Because Mash was not an idiot. At least, she hoped that was the case. The little animal just frowned at her, then shook their head. Why did it feel like she was getting treated like she was stupid or something? Her eyes narrowed a fraction more as she turned away with a scoff. Would Mash really keep doing something like that? Quelaag thought about it for a moment and cupped her chin, trying to avoid making it appear as if the little animal had actually gotten one over on her and made her start treating this seriously. She wasn't treating it seriously at all, she was just humoring them. Right now, her thoughts were turning towards the fact that Mash had the powers of a knight at the moment. And the way she was throwing herself at problems alone was. No, surely she would not be so stubborn or the sort to believe she alone could solve the problems or stand as the single defender of the kid. That would have been way too arrogant, and that just wasn't how she saw Mash acting at all. Quelaag folded her arms and drummed her hands over her biceps. Then she stopped and glanced down, pinching the fabric of the heat-resistant sweater between her fingers. Damn it. There was no way that Mash would really. Doubts started to build inside of her, but she calmed herself with a little bit of rational thinking. No, this might have just been Mash doing something, maybe letting out some stress. Alright, probably not the best opponent to let out stress against. He had just been beating her up for 3 hours, so that would have made her feel more stressed. Maybe even a little useless. TCH. This was starting to nag at her more and more and She twitched, then shot a sharp glare downwards. Fu looked smug. Don't look at me like that. She scowled at them and turned away in a huff. I'm just doing this because I don't like seeing people act like idiots. That's it. Fu. How did that lone noise manage to sound so mocking at the same time? That little furball had better appreciate the fact Mash liked it so much. Second day. Same time. Hunched over a monitor in the command room, she ignored the nervous stares flicked her way as she peered down and observed the screen with rapt attention. The second day, and it was the exact same thing as the first. Quelaag pulled her lips thinner than before, much thinner, as time went on and she saw the same thing being repeated. Mash was just throwing herself at him and then getting pummeled for it. Her folded arms went even tighter as she let out an irate growl and pulled herself away. Alright, so this happening twice in a row might have been a strange coincidence, but would it really happen 3 times? No, she was sure that it was nothing more than. Actually, she did not believe that for a moment. Mash was not the sort of person to be taken by flights of fancy. Putting her mind to something meant she had really gone and put her mind to something. Quelaag was not sure how long it would be that the girl would be doing this. But she was sure it would keep on happening. Hey, so, do you need something or? Her eyes shot across the room to the man in spectacles. To his credit, he held her gaze for longer than most. At least 5 seconds rather than the 1 or 2 she normally got. In the end he was quick to pull his chair around and return to whatever it was that he had been doing, muttering something under his breath about understanding where Ritsuko was coming from or whatever that was supposed to mean. Unless he was talking about the fear of spiders. Her hand dropped down and rubbed across the armored plates of the arachnid head, humming to herself before she turned and gave the monitor one last disdainful look before she pulled around completely and wandered away from the command center, dropping herself back into spirit form in the ease of getting about. Apparently she was going to have to go out there and deal with this herself. Really though, it should have been expected. She remained outside of the simulator until they were done. She was counting the seconds as they ticked past and tapped her finger with a growing intensity upon her arm. How long were they planning on taking in there? It was like they thought she had all the time in the world or something. She was being considerate to them and waiting for them to finish, but even she had her limits for what was acceptable or not when it came to this sort of thing. If it wasn't for the fact she wanted to speak with Mash alone, she would have just barged on in there by now. In fact, Quelaag righted herself upwards and marched on the simulator door. With a wave of the hand over the panel, it opened up right as Mash was sent flying across the dusty little arena. The sight of it made her twitch just a little. Her eyes focused in on Guinevere's son as he was just steadily making his way towards Mash. He was really gonna keep on going, huh? Quelaag whipped her hand out, fire burst from her fingers and formed a ropey stream, looping around his raised leg as he moved for another step. She whipped her hand back and let go before he could cut himself free, sending him on a short tumble through the air before he landed back down. He'd righted himself in his flight and just hit the ground like a statue, already both feet planted down straight, head whipping to face her. He wasn't the only one. Mash was back up and looking at her in surprise. Quelaag decided she was going to speak first. You're done for today. Guinevere's kid just looked at her in dead silence, helmet masking whatever face he would have been making. Quelaag turned on him with a snarl. I said you're done. She might have been a tiny bit annoyed. And just like that, he sheathed the sword and then started to walk away, heading past her without anything else. But she stopped him with a raised hand just before he strolled past her. Glaring down at the helmet, he didn't even turn to face her, just kept on looking past her to the open door. This doesn't happen again. Very slowly, with a grinding of metal, the helmet turned and looked up at her. That depends on her, not you. And then just brushed past her and marched for the door. Quelaag wanted to glare after him, but she stopped herself as she knew that there was something more important in the room right now. Taking in a breath, her eyes flicked across to Mash and she advanced on her rapidly. It was only a few blinks before she was right in front of the younger girl and looking down at her, struggling to keep her expression in check. How bad? Her eyes lingered on the impact mark on the side of her cheek, the perfect bruise of knuckles against her skin. She kind of wanted to go back and punch Guinevere's kid in the face. But he hadn't been wrong. For some reason, Mash thought this had been a good idea. Some stupid and dumb reason. The girl was on her feet quickly though, even with the bruise on her cheek and the scratches marring her armor. Quelaag let her eyes linger on the damage for a moment longer, then drifted her attention to Mash's eyes proper. Busy morning, I see. Mash gave the barest hint of a flinch before she took in a breath, then spoke with a tone that was polite. Is there something I can help you with, Quelaag-san? Very slowly, she raised an eyebrow. Was that really the first thing she was going to say to her at this? The stare lingered long enough for Mash to start to fidget under her gaze. Clearly the girl realized that what she had come out and said was also more than a little detached. Like I said, Quelaag swept a hand about them, I see you're having a busy morning. She paused for effect, a very early morning as well. There were only a couple humans in that little watching room. Very strange, right? Almost like you were out here trying to keep something like this a secret, huh? Leaning forwards, she was almost in Mash's face. Each word made the girl wilt further and further. Seeing her expression like that just annoyed her a little more. Quelaag sighed and drew herself back, arms folded. So then, what is this supposed to be? With a quick dart of the tongue to wet her lips, Mash met her gaze. I asked Ash-san to help with my training. I asked him not hold back against me. The bruise was rather more prominent. She gave a dry huff. How is that working out for you? Learn anything good? I'm only a layman in fighting, so I can't tell how good your sessions are. What with you spending most of them flat on your back or on your face. Another wince, but Mash recovered much quicker. The training is hard but I asked for it. Everyone else in Chaldea is giving it their best so I have to do the same. An enemy servants won't hold back against me, so I need to be prepared in the future if I'm going to be useful. Right. Yes. Made a lot of sense and Quelaag would grant her that. And the reason you're doing this alone is because. There was no forthcoming answer this time around. Mash's lips rolled inwards and she rocked back and forth on her heels. Oh, it was clear that the girl most definitely did have an answer for her. Quelaag could see as much in her eyes. It was also similarly clear that her answer was the sort that she was rather certain wouldn't fly over that well. Guess we can just wake the kid up and we can talk about your early morning. No. Now there was a loud voice. Still full of energy, was she. But that reaction only cemented what Quelaag knew from the start. Her arms folded over and she leveled Mash with a flat stare, so eager to keep it a big secret, are you? If it's just training, then what's the problem? I figured that the kid would have no problems with this. The silence was deafening, as was Mash's lack of forthcoming words. Quelaag narrowed her eyes. All right then. She gave a shrug. Here is how it is going to happen. I'm not like Guinevere. I'm not going to pander around with fancy word games and let you come to an answer. I'm going to tell you what's happening. Raising a finger, she pointed down at the girl. Either you tell me, here and now, why you won't do this with the kid or I march up to his room and drag his ass out of bed so that we can all sit around for a chat. The sudden look of apprehension and borderline fear on her face made Quelaag tense a little. Hadn't quite been her intention, but she was in it now. She might as well see it through to the end. Nothing to say. Turning her body, she started to move away. Fine. I don't. The words were barely a whisper. Quelaag stopped and turned back to her face slowly. Mash had ducked her head down, fists clenched either side of her. I don't want to feel useless anymore. Useless. What a bizarre choice of words. Who said you were useless? There wasn't even a chuckle with that, Mash just looked up at her with resignation. I know I am, Quelaag-san, without the help of Senpai or anyone else, I can't accomplish much. She was more than certain Mash could. But she was rather curious to see how she came to this absurd conclusion. And how did you figure this out? Mash only thinned her lips. When it comes to fighting, I'm not the best. When it comes to defending, I can't compete with the others, and time again it's been shown that I can't help when it really matters. Her fists had been drawn into even tighter fists. I throw myself forwards to try and keep Senpai safe and I keep failing. Quelaag shifted her weight. I know that Senpai will tell me that it's fine, but it isn't. Stressing the words, the girl placed a hand over her chest. I try my best, but at the moment my best isn't good enough. The power I received from the heroic spirit isn't, I'm not good enough to make use of it. I know it can do it right. I can feel that they would be the best protector, but I can't do that because I'm not strong enough. I can't be the servant that I know I could be. Mash dropped her head forwards. And I don't want to have to be saved by Senpai or by anyone else. I don't want to feel like I'm a burden, when it comes to the real dangers in the future, when it comes to the like of the King of Mages and... Her head sharply turned. I fought Seath. Quelaag contained a little bit of surprise at that, but she was still amazed by the admission. In the place where Senpai I had been sent, I attacked him. I hit him with everything I had. I was doing it to stop him from getting to Senpai, to keep him from hurting them again, and everything I had just. Mash looked up at her, eyes wet. It wasn't enough. The biggest threat to Senpai, it was just me standing against him, and I wasn't good enough. Wasn't strong enough. If there hadn't been anyone else there to support me, then Senpai would have. The words were choked and slipped away. Mash seemed to fight herself back from tearing up. Quelaag rolled her lips inwards and took in a breath. Damn it. Her hand moved up, rubbing her brow as she internalized what she had been told. Okay, so she could see where Mash was coming from. But at the same time, you know about Artorias. Mash jolted a little and looked up, then gave a slow nod of the head. How much? That he was a good knight in the service of Anor Londo. Quelaag let out a small huff of amusement. Good knight, he was. For centuries when you spoke the word knight, his was the face that would spring to mind. The definition of a knight. In all the land he was the greatest knight who ever lived. She waved a hand. Everyone knew his name, everyone knew his power, his skill and his righteous nature. Ornstein might have been the captain of the guard, but Artorias. He was the knight. She leaned back. Always strong enough to do it alone. That was what he believed in, you know. He'd be the first one into the very worst battles and the very last one out. You know why? Because he was utterly convinced that it had to be him. Nothing the like of ego or even pride, he was just. Quelaag struggled for words. Artorias was just larger than life. When it came to knights, he was the greatest. He was also the worst. The biggest scumbag ever. Battles need to be fought, he told me once, and if my sword is all that is needed, then that is enough. She folded her arms. He wanted to be the knight who could protect everyone and everything. The figure that everyone could look to and say, all will be well now that Artorias is here, because he was convinced that the only one who needed to be in danger was him. Then she sighed. And then Ulasil happened. Artorias, the greatest knight who ever was, marched right into that dark and terrible place, and then he died. He died alone and besting the abyss. Sure, he did what he set out to do, but there was no one there for him. No one who could have helped him because he needed to be the one. Had this little aversion to letting anyone else be put in danger. Quelaag looked down at Mash. You have a myriad of allies, Mash. Having someone to support you doesn't make you weak or make you useless. It just means there is someone you can rely on in the end when things get tough. She moved closer and thrust a finger. You know why undead get so powerful? Because they can afford to throw away their life again and again. Because dying is easy for them, but you know why they died so often? Because they didn't have allies. The finger beat against the top of Mash's head. Artorias, the greatest knight who ever was, marched into the depths of the darkest place and then he died. Unwilling and unable to accept help until the very end because his pride wouldn't let that happen. Her hands dropped down, right onto Mash's shoulders and kept her there. Damn it. I don't. She wet her lips. You don't have to do it alone. You don't need to be the only one who is there to protect him. You want to get stronger. Fine. Get stronger, but you stupid, stubborn, jackass. You have people here with you. People who will want to help you. She waved a hand around them. This isn't it, Mash. Her hands dropped off her shoulders and she stepped backwards. I hate Artorias because he got himself killed. With a shake of the head, she turned and started walking off. Leaving Mash there. I don't want to hate you either. A little utterance and nothing more. If Mash changed, fine. If not, She strolled out of the simulator and stopped at the sight of the unkindled leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Quelaag frowned. Since when were you an eavesdropper? He didn't rise to her bait. The helmet was gone, but it might as well have remained there for all the emotion he was showing. Why do you care for her so much? Quelaag had to blink at that. Then she scoffed. Because she was fine as she is. She strutted past. She doesn't need to be the perfect knight, there is no such thing. And as far as knights went, the world could do with fewer of them. If it meant that her friends stopped walking to their deaths. Besides, it was hard to forget the sight of Mash standing between her and a crowd of fearful people, shield raised and stopping stones being thrown. Thank you. Quelaag stopped and whipped her head around. But Ash was already walking away from her. What the heck does that mean? He said nothing, still walking away from her. What the heck? Did that mean he didn't want to do this in the first place? You are Guinevere's son, you ass. She can't say what she means either. He vanished in a flash of light, leaving her scowling in an empty corridor. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Really? Ritska nodded. He had been pretty sure he said it clearly enough, but at the same time, there was definitely something like a lot of concern on the director's face. A lot of concern. She shifted her weight and leaned back, arms folded as she eyed him for a length of time that he was sure would have made someone else uncomfortable. If it had been the first time they were subjected to it, at any rate. This was not the first time he was subjected to it. That being said, it wasn't getting any easier to handle either. He hid his hands behind his back to avoid showing just how nervous it was starting to make him as the length of time the stare went on increased. Ritska wasn't even sure she had blinked at all through the whole time she was looking at him. Is that a no? The director did, at last, blink. It was in a slow and languid form that reminded him vaguely of a cat or something. Then she waved a hand and let out a sigh. I suppose I can allow it. At least you waited a few days of recovery before you asked, rather than what happened the last time. Standing up, she continued on. When you just ran off to the summoning chamber and then started summoning not even a full day after you had been discharged from the bed. Was she still upset about that? She sounded like she was definitely still upset about that. My bad. Alright, the deadpan stare he got in response was fairly expected by this point in time. Ritska let his shoulders drop a little. Sorry. I just figured it would have made everyone more comfortable if I took it a little easier this time before I went and did something like this. Also had some stuff to think about as well and lost track of time, not enough hours in the day, I guess. He realized that she would probably know more about this than him. I see. Oddly enough, the director's face indicated that she actually did understand a little. Stepping around the desk with her eyes still on him, her gaze softened a fraction. Thinking through some stuff. Ritska nodded. Yeah, long week. It was the barest hint of a twitch he got from her that clued him into the fact she was a little uncomfortable. He figured why. Probably for the same reason as Stolgina. How is Stahl doing? The director blinked again, this time with a bit of surprise, then answered. Stahl. They are the same as always. The transfer of the contract back to me seems to have caused no problems with their functions. I have him a brief trial bout in the simulator the other day to see if their performance had been affected, but there were no complications or problems. Right. Ritska gave a short nod of the head. Good news, he supposed. Same as always. He kept up his smile and turned away before he could let his disappointment show. Same as always. Ritska was the first one out of the room, hand coming up and rubbing at his temples as he fought down the sigh which had threatened to bubble up. Wait and hope, huh? Well, maybe they would meet again. He hoped they would. He really, truly, did. Lowering the hand back down, he made a turn and continued on his way, pressing his finger on the wrist communicator and leaning towards it. Mash. Yes, senpai. Wow, that was a fast response. He was pretty sure that was about as instant as it could get when having a reply. With a brief shake of the head, he continued. I got permission from the director for more summoning. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you doing something. It's fine, senpai. She replied almost instantly. He could imagine the frantic hand waving. I will be at the summoning chamber momentarily. And then that was that. Ritska eyed the communicator for a few moments, then turned and looked over his shoulder as the director stepped out of the door after him. He was pretty sure that she had heard the conversation as well. Say, he began, have you noticed anything different about MASH lately? Olga raised a brow. In what capacity? Not sure, just feels like there is something. Ritska snapped his fingers a couple times but nothing came to him. He didn't want to say it felt like she was feeling more energetic than normal, because that really wasn't how it felt to him. It was the speed at which she was liable to drop everything and rush to whatever he asked. That bothered him. That bothered him a lot. Or maybe he was imagining things. No, he wouldn't really leave that up to chance. Never mind. I'll have a talk with her. Olga frowned. I feel compelled to point out that I am the director of this facility and, as such, both you and MASH are under my authority. If there is something that you feel is bothering her, then I would at least like to be informed, if only so that I could at least consider whether I had options to help. Ritska stared for a little while. Then he smiled. I know you would, sir. She jolted, then frowned. Sir. What on earth are you talking about? You've been hanging around far too many night servants. With a huff, she strolled past him. If you start speaking in thee and thou, I am hardly going to be all that impressed. Ritska snorted and shook his head, catching up with her quickly. You sure? I would be impressed. I don't understand half of where those are supposed to go in sentences. Apparently they are all different or something. Mostly just based on how Mesmer talks. Gwendolyn used to as well. Still does when he feels strongly about something. Olga grumbled, then looked away. Have you made much progress with Mesmer? Progress on what? She sent him a dull look. On finding out where he is from. There is no record of anyone by that name in history, and not even Ash or any of the servants from the other world seem to have the slightest inkling who he is. Ritska hadn't thought of that. Well, maybe a little. It just didn't seem like a priority. Well, none of us knew anything about that hunter guy in Rome, Lucian. Yeah, Lucian. Nor whatever his class was, and he turned out to be a decent chap. Olga rolled her eyes at him. He was an unknown class who aided us for his own reasons at the behest of whomever summoned him. The mere class of foreigner leaves much to be desired, and I find myself alarmed at the implications. More so why he would rank as foreigner while every other servant from some other world still falls into the category of the usual 7 classes. 10, I think we're pushing now. She scowled. Extra classes, whatever happened to just sticking with the 7? A ruler class one could tolerate, but what is this nonsense with Avengers and foreigners? I suppose we should be thankful we've encountered only the one foreigner. Yes. Ritska nodded as they came up to the elevator. Then started an internal debate within himself. Should he do it? All right. You know, this conversation would look pretty weird if someone just walked in on it. Olga blinked and shot him a bemused look. What with you complaining about foreigners and all? Several seconds of pure silence. The purest silence. Ritska could see the gears turning in her head. Not the gears where she registered what he was saying, no. These were the gears that were debating whether or not she should hit him. If I apologize, could you at least just slap my arm? Romani glanced up when the door opened. Was it just him, or was Fujimaru favoring one of their legs or something? Weird. And what was with these frantic stares he was sending the way of, ah? Never mind. Leaning forwards, he pressed the buzzer on the intercom. Everyone good to go. He got a thumbs up in response while Mash smiled at him. You know this would never be sanctioned otherwise. Romani glanced to his left at the person beside him, and he would admit they had a good point. Yeah, but the worst that can happen is we can get fired. Romani pointed out, then dropped a finger. I'd rather be fired than dead, to be honest. Sylvia gave him a long stare, then shrugged her shoulders. That depends on where you're being fired from. I'd be shocked if any of us make it through this without being torn to shreds by an inquiry. Romani leaned back into his chair. That was a good point. That was a very good point. His eyes drifted towards both Olga and Fujimaru. The director would know this more than any one of them, that every time she let another servant be summoned, it was another nail in her own coffin when this was resolved. Sanctioned only for 7 summons, and they were now pushing near enough 10 times that many. Not to mention all these ray shifts. If there was one thing that people would be hunting for, it would be scapegoats. Well, Romani flashed Sylvia a smile he didn't believe in. Maybe they'll all be super grateful because we saved the world. It earned him a very dry laugh. Yeah, he figured as such. Turning back to the summoning chamber, he activated the intercom once again. We'll start the proceedings now. Prepare for an incoming summons. Then leaned back and watched the literal magic happen. What are the chances it's gonna be another troublesome servant? Romani glanced her way. Is there some betting ring going on that I don't know about? Wordlessly, Sylvia jerked a thumb over her shoulder. He followed her indicated direction to the whiteboard they had on the wall. The one full of infamous gender swaps. Is that really all that troublesome though? Sylvia made a small noise. Depends on who you ask. But I was meaning more in line with the fact that Fujimaru keeps ending up with the strangest assortment of servants who go from being literal gods to being a children's book writer. I'm not sure how useful some of these guys are gonna be in a fight. Romani could only shrug. Servants are strange enough. You'd need to be a little troublesome to end up on the throne of heroes, after all. And wasn't that the truth of it all? Regardless of whatever world it was. Besides, Romani didn't need to force a smile. It's nice to have some fresh company around here. Makes Chaldea feel a little more lively. Sylvia grunted, arms crossed. That seems like you're really searching for silver linings here. Some of the excitement is the sort that we could all do without. Or are you forgetting about the multitude of times that something has gone wrong because a servant decided they would try and spice up life? She sounded bitter. Then again, he couldn't deny that point either. Wordlessly, he held up his hands in surrender and allowed her that point. He wasn't going to argue it. We got a link. He leaned forwards and pressed the intercom. Got a servant incoming. Looks like an assassin class. There was a spark of light shooting up from the pillar. Then a blur launched itself out of it and collided with Fujimaru. It wasn't so strong that it knocked him down, but it was strong enough that he saw the young man stagger a little. Romani leaned forwards and stared at the white mop of hair that poked out of a black shawl. Then a little voice filtered through the glass. Are you my mommy? All right. Maybe this was a little weird. Wait a second, didn't that person match the reports of? He stopped when he heard the sound of a pen lid popping off, then turned to see Sylvia already standing up and walking towards the whiteboard. Naturally, that was when there was another flash of light shooting upwards. He turned ever so slightly and glanced down. Oh boy. You've got an archer class signal coming in now, Fujimaru. Guess someone decided they would tag along. Once more, light vanished. And there was a cat lady standing in the summoning pad. Oh, right. They knew this person as well. Atalanta. That was weird. Why did he feel like there was something very bad going to happen in the future? Strange. He knew she was here. He could sense her, smell her, even. You think she will remember me? Perhaps it was a fool's hope on his part, but he really did hope that she remembered him. After all, they had such fun last time that he could not help but smile fondly on the previous interaction. Opposite him, there was only a blank stare. Then Chrysor pushed up her glasses ever so slightly to stare at him. He shuddered a little at the attempt that was made to incapacitate him, but it was short-lived as his own nature countered it almost immediately. Nar Alma grinned at the interaction, then looked over his shoulder towards the door. He had been sending fleeting glances towards it ever since he could tell she had been summoned here. Her and another one that was a little more interesting but not quite at the top of his list today. No, for today there was someone much more fascinating for him to tease. It will end badly. He glanced back at Chrysor and grinned all the wider. Well, of course it is going to end badly. It will end with excitement as well. Do you think she'll remember me, or do you think her instincts will kick in and she'll see me as a suspicious person? I'm a little curious about what the result will be. Throwing himself back, he folded one leg over the other. Then hummed. He had seen what she could do when she really went and put her mind to something. It had been beautiful. Come on now, Chris. With a chuckle, he waved a hand. Show a little excitement. Aren't you interested to see what she will do when she sees me or someone else? Not especially. She flicked at the underside of her nails, dropping the glasses back down. He pouted. Well, standing up, he rolled his neck and back until there was a loud crack. I best go and pay my dearest welcomes to our newest visitor. Wish me some luck. He got a raised eyebrow in response. Come on, just a little bit. He pinched his fingers together. A little bit of luck. At least wish that she's going to glare at me. Come on, I thought you liked it when people were up front. Either she will or she won't. Chrysor grunted back and turned her head. If she doesn't, then I don't care. Ah, so that means you will care if she does, right? We'll see. That was good enough for him. With a tune on his lips and a spring in his set, he turned about and all but skipped towards the door. All with the hope that he would run right into her and she would be all the more welcoming to him in all the ways that really mattered. Would she remember or would she not? Either way, if she didn't remember, then he still had a couple ways of making her be more upfront and honest with her nature. Just so she could be all the more deadly when it came to how she wanted to live and what she wanted to do. Obviously, if she was going to try and force her own way of life, she would need to be strong enough to eliminate all the threats that came to her. They were getting closer and closer. His smile widened a little bit more and Nar Alma jumped out in front of the group, arms wide and grin present. Welcome to Chaldea. Lovely to see you. He ducked down. A whistle shot over his head and there was a thud of metal not far behind him. Very quickly he went back up and turned around, staring at the shaft of the arrow which was now wedged in the wall, then turned back and grinned all the brighter. You remember me? Atalanta was glaring at him. Well and truly glaring at him. There was so much venom in those eyes of hers that he was certain she would throw herself at him any second now and start ripping and tearing just to kill him. Well, she would try. Hey, whoa, oh, hello there, little ant. Arms behind his back, he leaned forwards and grinned. You got another interesting little killer in your pack again. We're going to have the best of. He had to sidestep to avoid another arrow. Well, that was a little rude. I was still talking, you know. I thought that it was all about trying to make peace and friendship with another arrow. He was touched that she was so determined to kill him. Grinning, he brandished his scythe and deflected the next couple arrows. Oh, she was really trying now, wasn't she? We can talk like this if you really. Enough. It wasn't much of a shout. But it was certainly a voice of a fair degree of authority. You guys are not here to be trying to murder one another in the halls of Chaldea. Little Ant pointed right at him. I know you came here to start trouble. Nar Alma stepped back and gestured to himself with his free hand. Me? Perish the thought. I came only to greet our newest arrivals, and see if they still remembered me. I realize it's very hit or miss with some of the servants around here, but it seems like this one is a definite hit. He stopped for a second. Then looked over his shoulders at the walls. Then he turned back to Atalanta. Well, maybe not Laterra. There was a cold nick on his cheek. He frowned and reached up, dragging his forefinger across it and then looking down. Oh, he was bleeding. You missed, by the way. Atalanta was glaring with slits for eyes. Did I? There was a growl in her tone of voice. Nar Alma rolled his eyes and sent her a teasing grin, clearly. I'm still breathing after. Alma. Oh, the little ant was getting all upset now. He dismissed his scythe. Fine, fine. I guess I can postpone this for when there won't be a problem, right? He flashed Atalanta a smile. Rain check. She didn't actually reply to him. Just knocked another arrow. He took that as a yes. Well, I'll look forward to your greeting next time. Waving farewell, he turned and walked back away. Then ducked his head down at the whistle and stared straight ahead. The arrow had gone right where his heart would have been a second earlier, thudding into the wall once again. He stood back up, placing his hands on his hips. I know that cats have scratching posts, but this is a touch ridiculous. She was knocking arrows again. Atalanta. Enough, please. He was already walking away as the conversation began. What is he doing here? Oh, this explanation would have to be good. Maybe his little brother would be around soon. Wouldn't that be fun? She was very confused right now. Well, a little confused. No, she was just confused. That man had walked up to them all with a big smile and a very cheery voice, but everyone was acting like he was a bad man. Even her new mommy was upset with them, so she sent them a stern frown as they started to walk away. If mommy was frowning at them and giving them a stern look, then clearly they were a bad man as well. Or were they being naughty right now? She didn't really know, but she would trust mommy. Whispers turned her head. She looked behind herself to see that mommy and the cat lady were talking with one another. The cat lady didn't look like she was being very friendly right now. Her eyes narrowed a little as she turned. Her hands took hold of her knives underneath her cloak as she took a couple steps back towards them, keeping her eyes on the cat lady as she started to hear more and more of what they were saying. They had been whispering pretty quietly as well. Oh, was it some sort of secret that she wasn't supposed to hear? That would be strange. Sad as well. The other mommies kept secrets from her all the time and then never told her any of them. Was this going to be like all the other mommies? 'Cause he showed up and I'm not in the mood to be picking and choosing whomever comes our way. He wants to help and that's that. Cat lady scowled. You cannot truly believe he wants to help. Quote. No, I don't think he wants to help at all. Mommy replied, but he showed up and he's been amicable enough and avoided causing problems. Yes, he's a jerk and likes to instigate, but he backs down. Mommy pointed up the hallway. And no one is going to appreciate that happening. You can't just walk around shooting arrows at whoever annoys you. Annoy. Cat lady drew back, then her eyes flashed with a lot of danger. Jack shot forwards and put herself between mommy and the cat lady, arms spread wide as she glowered up at them. Don't be mean to mommy. Cat lady quickly looked down at her and widened her eyes. She looked a little surprised. Did she forget Jack was here? Well, that did make a bit of sense. Mommies forgot about her all the time and cat lady wasn't one of her mommies, so she probably wouldn't have remembered her either. Her face scrunched up really weirdly, like she wanted to say something but was holding back on saying it. Mommies did that a lot. Jack didn't really get why people just didn't say what they wanted to say, she said them all the time. It made it pretty easy to understand what other people wanted when that happened, so there was nothing confusing. Keeping her eyes on the cat lady, she remained there for a little while. It's fine, Jack. Mommy spoke up behind her. She turned her head and looked up at them. Mommy looked very sad right now, but also very strange. Like he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do at the moment. Was mommy confused? What was confusing? Jack lowered her arms and pinched her face together as she tried to think about it. Was it something she did? It might have been. Did Jack make things worse? Oh, no. Mommy was quick to assure her with a big shake of the head. No, but I guess it's something I need to warn you guys that there are a lot of servants in Chaldea that are bad people. Really bad people, and we've done well enough to avoid fights breaking out between them for the most part." There was a quiet scoff behind her. She turned. Cat Lady had her arms crossed. "Bad people." Her eyes looked to her for some reason, then back to Mommy. "You would not speak of these people if you did not believe that I would also think low of them. What people have you brought forth that could be so foul?" Then she tensed. "Is he not even the worst among them?" Mommy shook his head, then glanced down at her for a couple seconds. What was with Mommy and Cat Lady looking at her before they spoke? It was strange. "There are a couple worse ones," Mommy said, "really bad people that you should definitely avoid." Jack tilted her head. "But aren't I bad as well?" "Pardon." She pointed to herself. "All the other mommies treated me like I was bad. Aren't I a bad girl?" Mommy was looking at her funny again. "Did I say something wrong?" "Jack." Mommy pointed at her. "You haven't done anything bad yet. So, at the moment, you're not a bad girl." Mommy sounded very confused. Also, they looked a little funny. They were fidgeting a lot for some reason. Wait, was Mommy nervous? Let's just. Mommy waved a hand. Let's just keep going. Okay. Ritska was calm. Ritska was also lying. He was very bad at both of these things right now. Between Atalanta putting holes through the wall which they would need to talk to Da Vinci about again, he hoped she wouldn't be too upset, and the fact the archer would probably encounter more people she wanted to put arrows in. Ritska was feeling a very strong headache already coming pulsing in waves. He glanced the way of Mash as she walked beside him. She was also looking a little uneasy as she looked towards Atalanta and then down towards the person who was causing him the most problems right now. Wait, that sounded awful in his head. She was not causing him problems as much as he was causing himself problems. Which had been caused by her. He was pretty terrible at trying to calm himself down, he realized. Though he was sure he responded the best way possible when a little girl had thrown herself at him and then declared that she was practically adopting him as her mother. Which was a position he never thought he would be in before. At all. He did not see this as how his day would be going when he woke up. Though now he had to approach this in some way. A way that he knew practically nothing about. What did being a parent even mean in the first place? What did being a guardian even mean? He thought about his own parents and how they did things. It was a good enough place to start, but he wasn't his own mother and he wasn't his own father. He also didn't have nearly as many options that his parents had with him at the same time. There wasn't anyone Jack's own age either. Ritska slipped his hands into his pockets as he walked, face pulling into a tighter and tighter frown. How was he supposed to approach this at all? Better yet, how could he approach this while also knowing that he would probably have to send Jack into a fight? Ritska grimaced. The image didn't sit right with him. Nursery rhyme had been different and she was also a heck of a lot more mature for someone who looked like they were around 10 or that age. She was also a living book or something like that, so it was probably why. Mommy. Being called that made him twitch a little. He turned and looked down at Jack. She was right by his side and looking up at him as if he was the one that people should have been concerned about at the moment. You look funny. She pointed at his face. You're all frowny. He was, wasn't he? Sorry. He flashed a smile. Just thinking. Oh. She nodded her head like that made perfect sense. Okay. And she was all smiles again as if there was nothing wrong. Ritska just watched her for a few seconds longer as she turned her head back to stare at the front. He released a breath and shook his head, picking up his pace after her. And he was being stared at by Atalanta. It was just out of the corner of her eye, but he could see the little flicker of her gaze on him, and even without that, it definitely felt like she was watching him like a hawk. He didn't know how much she remembered, but he knew it was probably enough for her to hate Alma. He remembered how she had expected him to treat Gawain and how strict she had been on that front. Protective of children stuck out to him through it all. She was probably very doting. He was thinking about other things again though. What he really should be doing is keeping his attention on the actual people he was giving a guided tour of the facility to. We've got a couple common rooms up ahead. Ritska opened the next door, which immediately netted him the attention of the people inside the room. He blinked once, then twice. Hey, Altera. She looked up, then nodded and went back to whatever it was she was doing. Which was apparently Lego. Because they had Lego. Fun times. Ritska looked about the room to see if there were others in here and, sure enough, there were more than a couple others dotted about the room as they came in. Though his eyes were drawn towards the direction of Calamate as they painted. He looked between them and the small bowl of fruit in front of them, an expression of utter focus on his face. Huh, well, that seemed nice. Turning back around, he gestured to the room. So yeah, you guys can come here and relax, this is mostly where Da Vinci and Pharaohs have been putting some of their less destructive inventions. Excuse me. Oh, sure. Nobunaga strolled past him with a box tucked under her arm. Then he caught her excited and almost predatory grin. That was probably going to be a problem later, unless he was mistaken. He might have been. He also might not have been. I think this room has mostly been turning into the arts and crafts room for those who want to do something casual. Ritska jerked a thumb over his shoulder. We sometimes do some puzzles around here, but most of them got completed pretty early on and we didn't have the largest selection in the first place. Apparently we could make more, but we'd need some supplies for it, and I'm not sure if the director would justify an outing to a small singularity so that we could get a tree to make a jigsaw puzzle. He lowered the hand. We did make up a few card games though. They were pretty easy and they can be pretty fun. Naturally, that was when a voice cut across the room. A couple voices, actually. Oi, you can't put a +4 on a +2. Woof. I am afraid those are the rules, Sif. My apologies. I should have explained clearer. Ritska turned his head about. Mordred, Percival and Sif playing Uno. He had to blink a couple times for that to make sense. No, it didn't make sense. He turned back to the trio in front of him and shrugged his shoulders, so yeah. Fun times. He hoped his smile was reassuring. The bemused stares he got from Atalanta and Jack combined made his smile feel a little wooden. Though Jack was still staring across the room when she raised a hand and pointed. That doggy is really big. Could I ride them? She was looking at him with big earnest eyes that made it really difficult to even contemplate saying not to her. Then he remembered that Sif was actually as smart as a person. He didn't know if he would allow that or not. He'd need to ask Sif. But outright saying no to her was something that didn't even enter his head. So he just stood there for a second or two before he gave a reply. Maybe later, okay. Her bright expression fell immediately, her eyes turned downwards to her feet. Okay. When she pouted like that, it made him feel like he was a scumbag. Let's. Ritska raised his hand and pointed. Let's keep going. They ran right into Priscilla. Or maybe she was waiting for them. Either way, Ritska was relieved beyond belief when they did. With a soft smile, the tall woman approached them and dropped down into a crouch in front of Jack. Ritska allowed himself a breath as he stepped back, but clearly that caught the eye of Atalanta, who had narrowed them at him. He didn't know if that was a hostile gaze or not. It didn't feel like it was hostile. Just a little searching. Yeah. Ritska frowned to himself and stepped back against the wall, keeping his thoughts in his head. Did it seem like he had just put Jack off onto the first parental-style servant that they happened to come across? He hoped that wasn't the case. Damn, he was taking this pretty seriously, wasn't he? Blinking, he tuned back in as Priscilla's tail flicked about and patted Jack on the head. The little girl giggled and started to poke at it, following it around much like a cat would have followed a little toy. Ritska thinned his lips and nodded his head at the sight. Yeah, that looked good, right. Right. Thou best be a fleet of feet. Priscilla teased with a clear smile as she flicked the tail back just as Jack pounced for it, else thou shall lose it. Another flick of the tail. That seemed good enough for him. Jack seemed content. Priscilla was probably happy about all of this. As far as he knew, the only real thing to worry about might have been Ash in the future. He grimaced a little as he recalled what their last encounter had been. Wholly unpleasant, and Ritska looked away as the words of that time filtered through his head once more. He remembered them clear enough, but Mommy. There was a shout as he turned his head, mostly for the volume of it. There stood Jack with her hands wrapped around the tail in a rather big hug and with a victorious smile on her lips. I caught it. So swift thou art. Priscilla chuckled, then there was a swipe of movement he was too slow to really register. One moment Jack was standing there, the next moment she had been pulled up with a small squeak, her hands still wrapped around the tail. Then Priscilla's arms shot out and caught the girl in the air. Caught me, hast thou? Or have I caught thou? Ah! Jack made a small noise of surprise as she was held under the armpits. Mommy! We got caught. She was smiling and laughing. Ritska gave a brief smile of his own and waved his hand. He wasn't sure why she was still calling him mommy though. Yeah. Ritska cleared his throat and nodded. Do you want Priscilla to continue with the tour? Jack blinked at him. Aren't we going with you, mommy? He froze. Did he make a mistake there? No, that was strange. It looked like she was having way more fun with Priscilla in the 15 seconds they met than all the time she had been walking with him. Ritska caught Atalanta staring at him once again. There was that judgment in that gaze. Of course, he answered after a few moments, looking back across to Jack. I meant if you wanted her to help. Oh, Jack smiled. Yes. Can the fluffy lady come with us? She's warm. Priscilla had this little bit of a pleading look in her eyes when she gazed at him as well. Why did he feel like he was being asked permission or something by a couple of kids? That was rather surreal. Yeah, sure. If she wants to. I shall graciously accept this offer. Priscilla stood up fully, setting Jack back down on the ground, then extending a hand to her. Would thou like to walk in step? Jack blinked, then looked at him. Can we hold mommy's hand? His hand. Why did she keep? Sure. Ritska said with only a couple seconds delay. The child latched onto his arm in the blink of an eye. Let's go, mommy. Now she was pulling him along. Ritska just kept staring at the back of her head though as a thought was starting to come to mind. She was really serious about it, wasn't she? Ritska rubbed his head. Romani just kept staring at him with furrowed brows. Then he broke the silence. You're overthinking it. Ritska huffed, getting told that wasn't what he was looking for. Romani only shrugged. Look, it's just some quirk some servants have. I'm pretty sure that you're not actually taking Kiyohime seriously when she says you're her husband or something, right? Just think of it like that. She says mommy but what she means is master. Ritska rubbed his brows. He had tried that. He really had. Sure, but what if she actually means that she sees me as her mother or something like that? It's possible, right? And Kiyohime definitely sees me as a chin. I'm not going to deny that just because I don't personally think I am the guy she sees me as. She's convinced of it. He couldn't discount it. Leaning back, he gestured to himself and shrugged. But, what the heck? How am I even supposed to? He dropped his arms down. Priscilla was walking right with us the whole time. Jack had been with her when we were enemies and I could see how much she loved her. It was really obvious and yet Jack was just walking around and clinging to him. Calling him mommy and stuff. Ritska slumped. She's serious. He rubbed his hand through his hair. She seriously sees me as her mother or something. Fujimaru-kun. He looked up. Romani had an oddly serious expression. You're a little young to be worrying about suddenly being a parent. Ritska flattened his gaze. Yes, I know. So, I just told you. Did he need to make it clearer? She's serious about it. She actually looks at me as if I'm her latest mother. Romani maintained that strange gaze. Fujimaru-kun. I know you like to consider the feelings of your servants but this is not a little thing. If you start taking her seriously as I think you're considering, then you're going to run into a lot of trouble. Being a parent is not a small responsibility. He was aware of that, yes. Well, maybe not aware in the sense that he knew. But more aware in the sense that he understood that being a parent was hard work. Yeah, but he wasn't sure how else to say it. I'm not saying I'm going to suddenly become her parent or something but I'd at least like to become her guardian. No, that's strange. I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't sit with me that she's going to treat me like I'm a mother or something, but then I just treat her like everyone else. No, that wasn't right. He was really struggling with trying to get his point across today. I know she's serious, but I don't know if it's just what she calls adults or something. I remember what Ash said and, oh, right. You weren't there. That was a little awkward. Rubbing the back of his neck, he sighed. Quote. He said she was always going to be stuck looking for her mother. That whatever happened, she was going to always be looking. A collection of wraiths or something, and she would just never be satisfied. None of that sounded right to him. Not at all. Sure, it might have been pointless, but then what else did that prove? As far as he knew, everyone else was saying that outside of Chaldea, servants would not remember a past summoning without some big reason. So all the memories of their time in Chaldea wouldn't last. Heck, even beyond that, he'd seen it firsthand. The Mordred in London and the Mordred in Chaldea were not the same. Not to him. He wouldn't pretend it was different. Even if she won't remember me at all, I'll still remember her. Ritska shook his head. I don't want to look back on this and know that I could have tried harder. That I could have done something else, or that I hadn't met Jack's feelings. She's serious about this, as serious as she thinks she is. I don't know what she means when she looks for a mother or what she's after. He pointed to himself. I'm not even sure if I have what it takes, but I want to try. The hand lowered back down. That was just how he felt. He wanted to try, even if it didn't amount to much in the end, but he refused to believe that. To believe that his best efforts would not be good enough. Ah, I see. He blinked. Somehow he expected more of a reaction from Romani. Instead he got a thoughtful nod of the head. The doctor leaned back in his chair and pinched his chin between his thumb and forefinger. With squinted eyes, the doctor stared back at him for what amounted to a couple seconds of silence. Then he nodded his head. All right, I guess that makes enough sense to me. Wait, really? A second ago you were saying. Yeah, but that was me of the past. This is me of the present. Me of the present is deciding that if you're serious about this, then it's only right for me to support you however I can. Romani paused, one finger slightly raised. Also, the director is probably going to want to know why you're running around after Jack like you're her parent now, but that's beside the point. You want to bond with your servant in a way that they can understand. It makes total sense for a master to be able to do that, but... Suddenly a rather somber expression washed over the doctor as he leaned forwards. Fujimaru-kun, I need you to understand something. She is a servant. Yes, I know. Quote. I'm not sure, what was Romani talking about? He understood she was a servant. Maybe I'm fretting over nothing. Never mind me. Never mind. Huh, that was a weird thing for him to suddenly say and then decide to just drop. Ritska waited a couple seconds to see if Romani was going to add more to that. Except he didn't. Huh, strange. I guess. Ritska placed his hands on his knees and shrugged. I guess I'll see you around, doctor. Romani was watching him pretty intently now for some reason. Ritska wanted to put it from his mind by the way the doctor was watching him. It was like he wanted to say something but just decided not to. Remember that she was a servant. Was there some hidden meaning to that? Did he mean that he might get too attached and not want her going into battle? That was actually a pretty big concern, now that he thought about it. Maybe he needed someone to speak to. Jack the Ripper is in Chaldea. Barely even managed to raise his hand to wave to them before they just came out with that, huh? Well, they were right, at least. Yeah, she is. And she is calling you her newest mother. Quote. Yes. How did he know all this stuff? Ritska leaned back ever so slightly. I take it you don't like that she's here. Ash stared back intently, then shrugged. It does not matter. She is here now and that is the end of the affair. She will cling to you as she has done to Priscilla once before. She will cling to the next when she is summoned again. That is merely how she exists. You seem to be thinking hard on this. I guess I am. Ritska admitted, she calls me her mother and she's serious about it, so I decided I would be serious about it as well. At least on the aspect of taking care of her. Ash gave a barely perceptible nod of the head. I see. Taking a couple steps backwards, Ash lowered himself onto the bed and rested his arms on his knees. That is expected of you. Ritska found it very hard to place whether that made Ash annoyed or not. It was something he was noticing more and more recently, that Ash was just flat out not emoting towards the things he didn't like, but Ritska was still sure that he didn't like them. It wasn't like he didn't understand what the problem was. Ash was being forced to put up with things he hated. You don't want her in Chaldea, do you? Ritska asked. No. Not even a moment of hesitation. I do not even want her to exist now or in the future. Her existence is a cycle that knows no rest. You will endure her all the same, and now you are committed to making her life tolerable. That is the end of what needs to be said. Ritska folded his arms. You make it sound like it would be pointless. Because it is. Ash said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Whether you are kind or cruel to her will leave no lasting impact. When she is summoned again, she will retain no knowledge of whatever you were like as a mother, and that will be the end of it. The only one to know of the change would be you. Ritska tilted his head. Maybe, but aren't you the one who was asking about whether it's fine to remember someone if all they are is rage? The only memory of them, Ash replied curtly, is a heroic spirit. Her existence is a permanent fixture beyond time and space. She exists now as she exists in the future. Her legacy is already assured. The same cannot be said for ordinary humans. They have nothing remaining of them save for that anger. With his head cocked, the blonde posed the question. Does that sound wrong to remember a person at all? Like I said before, Ritska shook his head. People are more than their low points of anger. Avenger might have been a guy who was prideful and put his anger before all else, but at the end of the day, he had another desire as well. The guy who talked and talked about rage still had something else to him. Ritska sighed. Look, I guess it's just personal preference on my end. Even if it doesn't matter to Jack, it matters to me. This is something you want to do. Yeah, it is. Knowing it is pointless. Maybe that's the point. That does not make sense. With a shrug, he smiled. No one said it had to make sense. Ash just pinched his brows and stared at him. Atalanta showed up in Chaldea as well, Ritska remarked, setting that aside, and she seems to remember enough to hate Nar Alma. I doubt the task was particularly difficult. Well, probably not. Alma liked to rile people up for responses. No, but I was letting you know so that when you see them around Chaldea. Ash let out a breath and nodded. Very well. I shall make efforts to avoid Jack the Ripper. That wasn't really what I was aiming for, but alright. If that's what would make you more comfortable, but I am probably going to be spending a lot of time with her in the future. That might mean you'd be avoiding me as well. And I don't really want that either. Ash stared once again. I see. Ritska wasn't entirely sure that he actually did. He seemed to say that word a lot, and at this point he was wondering whether Ash was saying it just so the conversation would continue. Was that a rude thing to consider? He didn't know. Why take her seriously? Pardon. Jack the Ripper. Ash continued, her wish has killed many in the past. Her desire for a mother has led to murders. She is as she was then. Her wish could just as easily lead to you perishing as well. Why would you take the risk? Oh, was that all? Because it feels like it's the right thing to do. For me at least. You confuse me sometimes. Ritska could only shrug. I seem to confuse a lot of people. Don't feel too bad about it. Ash slowly stood back up. No. You just confuse me. You proclaim your desire to live but will actively walk into situations, unnecessarily, which could kill you. It is a disturbing paradox that I cannot make sense of. People are complicated, I just can't leave her alone. Sorry. I am not sure why you are apologizing. It is not a criticism, it is just an observation. It is not a choice I would have made. Ritska had seen the choices that Ash would have made. They were not really good choices in his opinion. HMPH. Ash frowned and looked down. Had he said that out loud? No, He hadn't. Do as you will. I shall maintain a distant vigil on the situation. Though I cannot say I understand what your end goal is. His end goal. Ritska shrugged, I just want her to be happy. Is that it? You say that like it isn't enough. She would be perfectly content now with acknowledgement. Yeah, but that's just cold. Ritska frowned, I think she needs a bit more than that. Ash was giving him the unblinking stare once again. Seconds passed, then he made a small noise. Is that right? I see. Never mind. Another never mind, huh? Are you sure? I am certain. Ash said, and they did at least sound like they meant it. Go and spend time with Jack the Ripper if that is what you intend to do. Right. Ritska turned, then stopped. You are welcome to join us any time. I know you don't really approve of what her past is like, but it couldn't hurt to get to know her a bit, right? Ash shook his head. I know enough of her past to know what she is already like, Ritska. People change. Servants are not people. Ritska frowned, folding his arms. Yes, they are. A hill he would die on until the very end. Servants were people in his eyes because if they were anything less than that. No, he had enough of that for one day. He was away to Jack now. See you around, Ash. Until the next time, Ritska. She was bored. There had been a lot of fun when she was walking around this shiny place, but now she was bored. Mommy had said they had to go and do some important grown-up stuff and that she would need to wait for them. Which she could definitely do. But the idea of not being with Mommy bothered her a lot. Even if she didn't understand the grown-up stuff, she should have at least been able to follow and sit near Mommy. She was an assassin, so she was very good at being quiet and not noticeable. Should she sneak out? Jack placed her hands on her hips and put on a frown. She could sneak out. It would be very easy for her to sneak out. She could sneak out and surprise Mommy. With a grin, she used her presence concealment and darted out of the room as fast as her legs could carry her. Running through the corridors of the shiny place and humming to herself, she did so. She could feel where Mommy was, more or less, and she remembered all the turns in this place. That was something she was very good at. It wasn't nearly as twisty and turny as back home, with all the alleyways. Jack stopped when a really tall man walked around the corner. He was super tall as well. She hadn't seen anyone so tall before. Also, he had funny-looking hair. It was all spiky and a mix of yellow and black. He also had some very funny-looking eyes as well. She didn't know that eyes could be different colors like that. Then he stopped walking and looked around. He was sniffing very loudly. Did he have a cold? Colds could be very bad. Hey, mister. Unveiling herself, she looked up at him. Why are you sniffing so much? Do you have a cold? Cold. He sounded all confused, but then he shook his head and started to lower himself down into a crouch. Even then, he was still taller than her. But he had a friendly face. Never mind that. You are new here, yes. I think someone said something about some new sisters. Jack thought for a moment, then her eyes widened. Oh, you were the Mr. Painting. ... Then we met earlier. Oh, he looked really sad now. I seem to have missed that. My bad. Sorry if I ignored you, little sister. Little sister. What did that mean? Are you saying you're my big brother? Yes. He tilted his head and looked at her funny. Everyone is my brother and sister because we are family. Ooh, that made sense to her. Jack nodded her head. Does that mean Mommy is also your sister? He looked a little confused now. Mommy. Oh, do you mean Brother Ritska? No, wait, hang on. Niece Mordred calls Sister Artie father, so that would mean that Ritska is your mommy. Yeah. Jack smiled. We were going to surprise Mommy because we were bored. Why Mommy though? What did they mean? Isn't a mommy an adult who takes care of you? He shrugged. I never had a mommy. Oh, that was too bad. Jack felt very bad for this person now. None of our mommies lasted. Some of them got rid of us. That doesn't sound right. A mother should take care of his children. Big brother sounded very upset with that. Family is very important, to be cherished. He reached out to her with a big hand. Do you want to go and find your mother? Yeah. She grinned and took his hand, then thought of something. Hey, brother, can we ride on your shoulders? Of course. He sounded very happy and she let out a small gasp as she was picked up and then placed on his shoulder very quickly. I'm so high up. Big brother only chuckled at her. Yes, I can be much taller but it wouldn't be good for the halls. I would end up breaking something or need to duck down a lot. Oh, that makes sense. Jack nodded her head, she was already really high up now. Oh, right. He was quiet for a couple seconds, then he let out a small sigh. I'm Calamate. We're Jack. She never heard of a Calamate before, but he was very nice to them so far. Wait, if he was Mommy's brother, then didn't that make him uncle? But then he called her a little sister. Jack scratched the side of her head. She was a little confused. It was probably fine though. Jack. Her eyes lit up at the voice coming from up ahead. Mommy. As she heard, Mommy came around the corner and stopped briefly when they stared at them, then looked up and smiled. Jack waved. We're really high up, Mommy. Big brother Calamate let us ride on his shoulders. That was nice of him. Mommy resumed walking. What do we say to nice people, Jack? Oh, she knew this one. Thank you big brother. ... You're welcome. Big brother sounded very happy about that. So she did something right. Is the grown-up stuff over now, Mommy? Sure is. Mommy grinned, means we get to try out some of the fun stuff that I talked about earlier. Yay. She threw her hands up as she cheered, then looked down. Can big brother come? Sure he can. Yay. She looked down and smiled at him, placing her hands on his spiky hair. You get to come as well. ... Indeed. Big brother's voice sounded a little funny. ... That's good. Come on. Mommy waved them over. We'll get a couple more people and then have a big game, alright? We'll have a lot of fun, Jack. Okay. Mommy seemed very happy and she was looking forwards to having fun. Were they going to have a big game of hide and seek? She was good at hiding. Everyone always screamed when she found them. The road not taken. It was hard not to notice when Chaldea started to expand. Hard to ignore. Equally hard to ignore the rapidly changing personalities that arrived with each summoning, and he made little effort to ignore them either. One after another they came through and he watched them all equally. The latest was, well, it just was what it was. So he listened in on the conversations that happened and kept his silence. Just takes her as his own on the spot. Really. Just like that. Just like that, the snap of a finger, and suddenly he's walking around with her on his shoulders or playing some other little game or whatever. That's about all there is to it. Never even questions it and just goes right ahead. Wow. Assassin of Black though. She could be seriously mean when she wanted to be though. Not sure if I can remember why though. Guess it's just another of those things that I don't need to remember, huh? ... Are you certain about that, Astolfo? I am rather sure that if your gut is telling you she is a danger, then it is best to listen to it. My gut tells me all sorts of things and I listen to it. Even when it comes to eating weird food things. Yeah, but everyone around Chaldea could be dangerous if they wanted to. I think that being a heroic spirit makes you dangerous, so it's all good. Besides, Master is trying his best, so it seems rude to ignore that because she might be a little on edge. There was a brief pause, then the paladin continued. Ruler would know better though. I heard we got Archer of Red in here as well. That's great. All we need is another, Astolfo. What was I talking about again? I forgot where I was. Chuckling, you were talking about the colors red and black. Huh. Why would I be doing something like that? Oh, right. The Great Holy Grail War. That was great. Well, it wasn't great. I met loads of interesting servants though during all that, so it was definitely interesting. Then again, it also went a little crazy. Do you think I should ask the other servants if their Grail Wars went crazy? I don't think I've heard anything about a Grail War that went well. Then came the sound of scribbling. But I would be eager to hear. Recount it, please. I'd love to write it down. He tuned out the remainder of the conversation. He'd heard more than enough to understand what was going on. Merely another odd day at Chaldea and little else. When was this starting to become the norm of what was happening around here, and what right did he have to say otherwise? Shifting in his seat, he glanced across to the empty space opposite him and stared for a while. For a long while. HMPH. Do you mind? Very slowly, he blinked and turned in the direction of the rather baritone voice. Then his eyes dropped down. Oh, the blue-haired child who was not actually a child. Excuse me. The blue-haired child looked down at their own papers and continued on, not sparing him another glance. I was asking if you at all cared for the other patrons. Some of us come here to try and escape misery, and instead we are greeted by the sight of you wallowing in your own misery as you debate something long gone. It is as though you are trying to drown us all in this aura of melancholy. There was a lot that he could have said. A lot that he really did want to say there. But instead he just remained silent and stared, opting to avoid any sort of confrontation at all. And now you make an effort to ignore me because you cannot denounce my words. I am unsure if I should be offended or laugh about it. What would anyone think if they were to come here and see you sulking like a child? Honestly, I thought you would have had a little bit more spine. A spine. Hey, this little man had quite the sharp tongue. He felt each sentence as though it was a blade slipping below the skin. What is there to say? At last some words slipped out from between his lips, low and mumbled. Shrugging his shoulders, he turned his eyes back down to the table and kept them there. You are correct. I am wise enough to see that. Wisdom. A rather loud snort interrupted him. I am aghast you would call it that. I state the obvious and then you call it wisdom. That is no different than praising the intellect of a child because they can tell you what a color is. His eyes rose upwards and towards the little pygmy. They had actually turned ever so slightly towards him this time. It was a marginal thing, as though he was not worth the effort of a face-to-face conversation. Maybe he really was not either. It might have been better for him to leave. Very slowly, he rose up. Is that it? And once again, the voice stopped him. He did not know if it was surprise or mockery in their tone, but he found himself welcoming either right at the moment. Staring down at them, he felt as though the former should have been his reaction to what was going on. I will not disturb you further. You are here for the ambiance which I have disturbed. And so you will wander away for a few hours to sulk in a dark room before you come wandering back here to sit away and listen to the lives of others. Sooner or later, our paths will cross again, and I have every reason to believe that you will be as miserable to sit near then as you are now. Farum could only shrug his shoulders. He did not know how he was supposed to respond to that. So he answered with another shrug. The little man sighed rather loudly and obnoxiously as they swung about in their chair and looked at him, deeply grimacing the moment they did so and making a slight turn of the head. It is worse than I thought. When I stare at you, it as though you are the walking definition of the word guilt. I thought it was impossible for humans to spiral so far down as you are doing right now. Then again, it makes sense. Gods are supposed to be greater than humans, so why would they not have much greater lows? Farum grunted, I have never been greater than humans. Physically stronger, but never greater. He never saw much of a difference between the warriors under his command. They were all brave. Incredibly brave. Physically stronger. The little man narrowed his eyes, then raised a hand and cupped his chin. Why bother making the distinction unless, oh, I see how it is. HMPH. To think that you could be so hung up on something like that, even now you won't let it go. I am not sure if I should pity you or. There was a pause, then a sigh. So, I suppose pity is the right word. Waving a hand, the little man turned back around. Go and sulk in a corner somewhere, but try to keep others in mind. If nothing else, it would be pointless to lead them on for so long. The last thing that anyone wants is a depressed servant begging for death walking onto the front lines. Farum stilled. Was that really how he looked? No, that was not the right question. Is that how I am? A laugh, short and sharp. Mirrors do exist, I should have you know. I would suggest you go and use one if you want the answer. But if you are going to ask, then I suppose it wouldn't take too much out of my day to speak. Once more, The author turned and looked at him, this time with his eyes much sharper than before. No, it is not begging for death. It would never be so simple. You are instead acting as if it would be better if you were never around at all. Whether in the case of being summoned or even existing, there is a hideous amount of self-loathing and righteousness coating whatever you were before. Maybe they would have been less horrible to look at, but we often live in disappointing times. Farum thinned his lips. Oh, he could refute little of it. He could not even say he felt angry at being so clearly insulted. Quite frankly, I am shocked you can even stand to walk around like that and still call yourself a heroic spirit. I might be a third-rate heroic spirit who is naturally utter trash, but even I am still committed to serving my role. I do not even know what you're walking around here doing if all you are content to do is just slum about in the dark and drink. Arms crossed, the man frowned. Chaldea is not here to serve as your little den to hide away and bathe in all your problems, caught in the cycle of blame as you find yet more fault with your life. Human beings, gods, we're all flawed. You would have to be utterly deluded to think that you alone are the most perfect thing in the world. Farum hummed and nodded his head. Then he turned and walked for the door. Nothing to say. He stopped. No, he answered and looked back. I believe you have already said everything. So he carried on walking. I wonder. The words of the little man reached his ear. Would they still have fallen in love with you if you approached them like this? He stopped. Utterly stopped. Every train of thought that passed through his head just ceased. It was a strange experience for him. A sense of utter clarity where all he could hear were the words of that little man and nothing else. I cannot imagine that being the case. Or maybe they were just someone with horribly low standards. Farum rotated his neck very slowly and looked back. Something bubbled upwards in his gut. There were a great many things he felt in this moment. He did not know whether it was an explosion of anger that tore through his mind or if it was grief, but he heard something in those words that he could not accept. Farum spun on his heel and stormed back towards the little human, clearing the distance in a heartbeat and looming over them, eyes boring down as they barely so much as twitched. Merely the slightest upturn of a head and a bored look in the eyes were all that greeted him. Very slowly, they raised a brow. Are you going to disagree? That is the impression you seem determined to give off right now. I'm hardly going to be holding myself responsible for seeing it clear as day. Arms crossed, the man frowned. Good grief, at least have some common sense about you. Either you care about her opinion or you don't. This way of acting is probably more disgraceful too. They stopped. Not because they wanted to. Probably because his fist hovered a mere inch from their face. Farum had managed to catch himself in the moment before impact and stopped the attack dead, but the thunderclap of the failed punch still brought the room to silence, when shot past and ruffled the hair of the man who looked more concerned with keeping his stack of papers from flying away. Oi, you can't just go around swinging punches like that. Be a little more considerate to those of us who aren't built like walls of muscle. Farum barely heard it though. Instead his eyes remained on the raised arm that hovered in the air, trembling ever so slightly. Was he really willing to kill someone over some careless words? Words that, were they right? Farum opened up the fist and stared at his palm for a few moments, eyeing the shaking hand. He drew in a breath and turned away once more, stalking across the room and right out of the door before anyone else could say anything. Her eyes flicked left and right. Good. There was no one around. With a deep breath, she started to move further and further forwards and turned around. Still nothing. Excellent. Her lips pulled into a wider and wider smile as she floated over the counter and then dropped down. The many times of planning this out in her mind were about to come to fruition. She had also always been lucky, so it was perfect that there was no one currently here at this time of the day to stop her. Even then, she would need to avoiding pushing her luck. She would need to be in and out before anyone could show up and catch her in the act. But what if they did? Well, she was a goddess. Clearly this was just her claiming her tribute for offering such wonderful blessings to the people of Chaldea. So it all evened out in the end. Yes, her excuse, justification, was genius and she had thought through everything. Slipping closer and closer, she sent one last look over her shoulders before she turned back and snaked her hands forwards, laying them on the door of the cooling chamber, fridge, and started to gently pull it open. Dropping her head right around the corner and peering inside, searching for something. Aha! A soft exclamation under her breath, she extended her hand in and lay it atop the place and started to pull towards herself. Cake. And if her eyes did not deceive her, it was velvet cake as well. Perfect. One of her many favorites when it came to this sort of thing, she could taste it already. Wetting her lips, she widened the door of the fridge a little further as she pulled it out and then just as quickly closed the door with a soft thud, looking down at her prize and grinning all the wider. She really had gotten away with it. Well, not yet. All she needed to do now was leave the kitchen entirely, but she had managed to sneak in without attracting attention. Sneaking out would be a hey, piece of cake. She was proud of that joke, giggling to herself. Turning away, she raised her head up. And then stiffened immediately. Greetings. MMMMH. I understand this might appear base and lesser of me, but I assure you, that is not the case. Quite. Wetting her lips, she held up the cake and showed it off. This is merely a small tribute that I accept for my services to Chaldea. Naturally. The answers she received were disarming. Polite, even. All while she was being given the same sort of smile that Mother would have used when they both knew she was doing something she should not have been. She was being gifted a length of rope with each sentence and was now slowly hanging herself with that rope. Was there a way out of this? Perhaps. Would you care for a slice? Bribery. No, this was not bribery. That was such an ugly word that was wholly beneath her status as a goddess. No, this was merely bonding between siblings. Yes, that was it. Though she was so accustomed to being the youngest one, it was very strange for her to consider the idea that, somehow, the one before her was the first child of her mother. Older than even her oldest siblings. Well, she certainly had the same expression. That little curl of the lip. Ah, thou art truly most generous. It was spoken with a tone that was very teasing. Caffrey rolled her lips inwards, all the while she could feel sweat forming on the back of her neck. This was not an unsalvageable situation. Pray tell, whom does that cake belong? Caffrey glanced down at it, then glanced back up. She didn't know the answer to that. She didn't think the answer was all that important, not really. I am rendering a service unto Chaldea. It has been lying there, untouched, for some hours now and clearly the original owner has cruelly cast it aside. Thus I have opted to be a considerate individual and ensure that not a single crumb is wasted while also doing a favor unto Chaldea and accepting it as tribute. She was truly starting to say tribute far too much. Her older sister leaned forwards and used her hand to prop up her head, resting the elbow on the counter and giving her a very casual but also exceedingly piercing look. As if her excuses were being torn apart without even a single word. She fidgeted a little and glanced slowly to the side. It's only a little slice. MMMMH. That soft affirmative hum made her wings drop behind her. It wasn't like she was doing anything wrong. She was just taking a little offering. Really, she could have just walked in and taken the whole cake before anyone else got any of it, but that would have been monstrous of her. So she was actually very generous and charitable here. If thou art taking rightful tribute, her older sister began with a rather bemused tone, then why art thou doing so with such secrecy? As though 'twere a terrible sin thou were committing. Caffrey pursed her lips. I simply saw little cause to make such a terrible fuss over all of it. She shrugged. Yes. That was a good answer. She was very proud of that answer. Taking tribute is just a natural aspect of being a goddess. There is no cause for making such a song and dance over such a trivial little thing. Yes, that was a good one. Excellent work, Caffrey. A very responsible answer. She gave herself a mental pat on the back for that one. Then thou would so silently take tribute. Would not the owner be thrilled to learn that 'twas their own efforts to bring joy to this little goddess? She was starting to get the idea that Priscilla was being very earnest with these questions and was actually taking her answers seriously. She could see it in the eyes of her older sister. Ah, yes. She was actually being serious here. Well, right. She was. Light flashed in the corner of her eye and she stiffened immediately. It ended and there stood her little brother, who raised his head and then stopped, first staring at her and then swiveling his head to look off at Priscilla. Then he looked down at the cake in her hands. Since when have you resorted to petty theft? Caffrey sputtered at the very incorrect accusation. Utterly slanderous. Where was his respect for his older sister? All right, maybe Hanleth and Alma gave bad examples, but she was definitely the mature and sensible goddess. Now, Ash. Priscilla raised her voice. Thou art mistaken. She is merely claiming rightful tribute. No, don't say it with such an earnest expression like that. It would make her feel like she had been doing something horrible and taking advantage of her older sister's lack of social interaction. Caffrey felt her smile fix itself on her lips, her eyes flicked first to Priscilla and then towards Ash. The worst part was his face never so much as twitched. But his eyes managed to convey some great sense of disappointment as he turned and looked at her once again. Rightful tribute. He spoke the word blandly. Priscilla nodded her head. Yes. 'Tis a new concept for me, but those of the painted world showed me kindness also. I believe I understand it well enough. Was this somehow getting worse? Caffrey was sure that she could have definitely escaped by now. Leave the cake be, Caffrey. It is Olga's. His words sounded monotone, but she could recognize the order within them. The demand. He did not even need to say, or else, as it was greatly implied. Wait a moment, wasn't she the older sister here? How come he was treating her like she was the younger one here? She needed to go on the attack. What are you doing here anyway? Ash tilted his head. I come early to prepare the kitchen for Kat-sensei. Oh, right. He actually had a reason for being here. Damn. Are you going to be making any sweets? No. He answered bluntly. Leave the cake, Caffrey. Find something else to steal. It is not stealing. She hissed back, feeling very indignant at the thought. It is. Rightful tribute. 3 voices is one, hers and her siblings. Yet having it said at the same time made her flush a little. Yes. Exactly. Ash very slowly folded his arms. Then why not take some of the bread? I make it in abundance. Bread. She frowned. Surely you understand that one would rather have gold than wood as a currency. Ash blinked. My bread tastes of wood. Now she sounded like she was making fun of him. No, it tastes of bread. She quickly answered him, then shook her head and raised up the plate. No, the point is that this is a far more fitting tribute. It is Olga's cake. Leave it be. But it's velvet. She did not whine. That would be petulant and childish. Can't she just order someone to make her another cake? She would not need to if you did not take the cake. Caffrey pouted at him. He was really not understanding the dynamic that little brothers were supposed to listen to big sisters right now, was he? I am confused. Priscilla mumbled, is there a problem? No. She quickly answered, no problem. Don't be difficult, little brother, it is a slice of cake and little else. I am hardly demanding all that much. Nothing great in the grand scheme of things. Ash's arms remained tightly folded over his chest and his eyes narrowed. Leave the cake. She fidgeted once again and opened her mouth. Except there was yet another presence that tickled her senses. Far enough out that she had not immediately noticed, but now she did. Mostly for the fact it had inched closer. She was not alone. Her brother and sister turned as well, head swiveling towards the direction of the entrance. Oh, it was Uncle Ferrum. Oh, it was Uncle Ferrum. Caffrey thinned her lips a little. Father had told her that Uncle Ferrum was very bad and that she should not approach him, only that he had been a traitor to all of them. Except weren't they all supposed to be traitors now? Besides, she was an old enough goddess to make her own choices. Ah, wait, she also didn't want to meet him when she had been caught in the act of steal. Of acquiring tribute, that might be misunderstood as her little brother was clearly doing right now. He was just stood at the entrance to the cafeteria and watched them all. Very slowly, he started to advance towards them. Ash turned away from him first and then looked down. His face actually shifted a little, showing some clear discomfort, but it wasn't like the normal expression. He didn't look angry or anything like that. He looked a little guilty. Huh, strange. Priscilla just titled her head. Caffrey imagined her raising a brow. It did not take Ferrum long to be there now, just standing a short distance from the all and looking. He looked uncomfortable. She was trying to picture the person that father said was this really bad and traitorous god with the figure who looked between all of them like he was expecting one of them to just snap at him and couldn't quite place the two side by side. He seemed awkward. Very awkward. You all seem. His words were strained, forced. Busy. Caffrey traded glances with her siblings. Then looked back. She is acquiring tribute. Damn it. Why did Priscilla have to reveal her like that? She forced the innocent smile onto her lips once more at the very incredulous look she received from her uncle. Tribute. He mumbled, just loud enough to be heard. That is a cake. A very humble tribute. Caffrey cut in before anyone else could sabotage her efforts. She lost the chance to flee. Now it was just trying to mitigate the damage as much as possible, and hopefully escape before anyone else showed up. It is Olga's cake, Ash remarked, looking at her once again. I have made my demands clear. Yes he had. Why was he so fixated on it being this Olga woman's cake though? Could it be? Her eyes widened as she looked down at the cake, then towards Ash. Did her little brother have romantic feelings for this woman? That had to be it. This made so much more sense now. In that case. She smiled and stepped back towards the fridge. I suppose I have been convinced to refrain from this offering. Ash stared at her, then slowly raised a brow in confusion. The Lady Olga can rest easy knowing that such a gallant knight has defended her food. The confusion remained. Did he not understand what she was doing here? Honestly, it was as though no one had a romantic bone in their body in her family. Uncle Ferrum's brows shot up, a response that betrayed his immediate understanding of what she was doing. Aha! It seemed that she and her uncle might have something to talk about in the future. Then, thou would seek another offering. Huh, oh, right. She glanced back as she pulled the fridge open and looked about. There wasn't all that much there. There is ice cream in the second drawer of the freezer. There was. Within moment, the cake was back where she had found it and her hands pried open the door of the freezer, pulling the drawer open and quickly snatching out the tub from within. She glanced down and felt her eyes widen immediately. Strawberry. She loved strawberries. Clearing her throat, she leaned back with the tub in hand and glanced at her little brother. Then gave him a nod of the head. This goddess appreciates your tribute, little brother. Be sure to protect the cake well from thieves and the like. Ash stared at her. Thieves like you. She was the older sister here. She was certainly not going to rise to that. And her eye definitely did not twitch. Absolutely not. No. She fluttered her wings and floated past. They would not have been so willingly caught. He looked incredulous. HMPH. He was so lucky that she was in an amazing mood right now, otherwise she might have been tempted to give him some serious bad luck. Right now, however, there was something more important to deal with. Uncle. She drew his eye with a sharp word, moving past him as she did so. Walk with me. It was only a short moment before she could hear his steps behind her. Good, he listened. That was a relief because she had no way of knowing whether that would have worked or not. He was puzzled by this turn of events. Deeply puzzled. Next thing he knew he was walking along behind his niece all while side by side with his other niece. Though admittedly, she did not look as if she understood why she was walking with them either. Ferrum sent her glances every few moments. Guinevere and Seath's daughter. Something he long tried to wrap his mind around since he first heard of such a thing, but it was next to impossible. There was little about that fellow who could have possibly netted him the affection of his sister in any capacity. Any who could bring extinction to their own people was not one that could be trusted. They were the sort who deserved a quick end. Except he was uplifted to the ranks of the gods and Farum shook the thoughts free of his mind and gave the matter no further focus. She did not need him pondering her origins and how much they disgruntled him. For that matter, what right did he have to say anything on the matter of children or not? She was gazing at him as well. Every few moments he would catch the flick of her eye as it landed up on, gazing upwards before it just as quickly pulled away. As though she was the one who should have been anxious about this meeting and not the other way around. Farum had no idea how to approach his nieces or nephews. Or whether they would react poorly to his presence at all. If they spat upon him when they knew him, he would have been far from surprised. He would have probably deserved it as well. Hey, were the words of that human lingering with him so deeply even now? Then again, they had a sharp tongue and they wielded it like a fine blade. His armor had served no purpose, it had pierced his chest and diced his heart to ribbons. His heart and his resolve had done nothing to stop it. But his eyes returned to his younger niece. The one who had inherited the wings of her grandmother. Long did they walk without any word shared between them, until they came upon the room where he assumed she made residence. With a wave of the hand, the door peeled open and she was the first to enter. He hesitated for a moment before he stepped forwards to follow her, flanked at the side by his eldest niece. Only then did Caffrey swing to face them, her face awash with a delight that was. Now that was a face that gave him pause. At least until it vanished, replaced with confusion as her eyes landed not upon him, but upon the one beside him. Sister. Priscilla made a noise of alarm and shame. Was I not meant to follow? Caffrey was silent for but a moment, then the smile returned and a hand was waved, as though to brush aside the words. "'Tis a pleasant surprise and little else, your being here is fortuitous indeed. For with our three minds in union, I believe we shall tackle this problem with great skill and even greater strength." Farum doubted he would be much use. Caffrey returned her feet to the ground and spread her arms wide, wings extending out to their greatest length. "The matter of my little brother's heart. What? Didst thou speak of Ash?" With an excited and bubbly smile, her head rapidly bobbed up and down, naturally. "I had not seen the signs because he was always walking with such a dour expression, but he has at last revealed his soft side. The path to his heart and the way we might open up a grin upon his face." No, he was well and truly lost at this juncture. A conversation was taking place that he had no grasp of. It was strange. "Uncle, he is a member of your covenant." How did she know that? "So that means you would know him best." All Farum knew of his nephew personally was that they were a very powerful warrior. They could also be prone to frustration. He remembered them once charging into the arena and punching Storm right on the beak. Farum blinked out of his old musings when he noticed that she was actually looking to him for some manner of advice on whatever she was speaking of. Very slowly, he stared at her. I do not know what you are searching for when you say such things." Caffrey's face fell with disappointment and her wings dropped. "Truly, uncle, I would certainly hope that Ash is not the only member of my family that is hopeless on the path of romance." Romance. Was that what this was? He had not had the slightest inclination that this was. Wait, why was he here then? Thou seeks a. Priscilla paused, then frowned. I do not know what thou seeketh. Her lack of interactions was showing its head. Caffrey looked to her in some manner of apprehensive confusion, then she let out a merry laugh. "Surely you would know of the existence of love and all the joys that come with the feeling. The passion of holding one close to you who is the only one your soul can possibly yearn for." He was aware of this, yes. Only one. Priscilla, meanwhile, sounded aghast. "Is thy heart so stingy to select only one? Surely thou can have more." Caffrey stared, eyes widening. More. What do you mean more? Mine own heart was open to thousands. Thousands. He believed there was a misunderstanding brewing here. But her words had struck a note with him as he glanced to the side. Only one indeed. Wait a moment. He looked back across and down at Caffrey. Then who is it that nestled their way into your graces, niece? She whipped her eyes up and stared at him. What? You speak as if you have experience. Oh, of course I have experience. He raised a brow at her answer which spilled forth as a torrent. It would be the height of foolery if I were to proclaim the wisdom of love without ever having experienced it myself. I was merely too gracious in letting others find their fortune in such a thing than to partake myself. Yes, many duties prevented me from finding one with whom I could find myself beside. But do not doubt my strength in this field. She folded her arms and wore a face of forced confidence. Farum could see through this thin veil with ease. She had absolutely no experience at all, did she? Thou art most kind, dear sister. Priscilla was very eager with her praise as well, forcing the barest hint of a twitch from Caffrey as the only response to that. Farum watched her impassively. His lip curled just a fraction as he saw another in her place. Wetting his lips, he turned his head with a chuckle. How nostalgic. To be dragged aside and forced to listen to gossip in the manner of love. Then tell me, O wise one of love, whom has ensnared the heart of my nephew? Caffrey grinned, 'tis the Lady Olga. Farum stared. He waited for an elaboration. He got nothing. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Caffrey placed her hands on her hips, then shook her head and clicked her tongue a dozen times. Oh, uncle, you are truly most blind on this matter, but feel no shame, the ways of the heart are difficult indeed to navigate fully. Did you not see the manner in which he so sharply defended the prize of the Lady Olga? How willing he would be to stand in my path to prevent me from capturing it. Farum was certain she was reading much too deeply into that brief encounter. Much too deeply. With a faint grunt, he strode across the room and lowered himself to the wall, sitting cross-legged upon the ground but with still the height to look his niece in the eye. He would let her have her little amusing thoughts. Even if he thought otherwise. And what would you suggest be done, niece? Caffrey once more looked flush with hesitation, as though she had not expected to be asked such a thing. Then she quickly regained her composure and raised a finger, grin returning to her lips. Simple. We shall put our minds together and form a plan of attack, as I have said. Surely with the three of us working together, it shall be a simple matter for brother and this Lady Olga to join hands, and then, with that union, he shall become less. Caffrey fell silent and waved her hands. As if that was an answer unto itself. Farum was sure that he understood what she was going for, if only a little. That being said, he was rightly unsure what he was supposed to be doing here. He glanced across to Priscilla, who had found a seat of her own at the wall. Forgive mine own confusion, but I do not understand the words thou speak. Her head cocked to the side, puzzlement clear. Farum was quickly under the impression she had very little idea what was happening. Which meant someone would need to explain the concept of it to her in the first place. That was not his role, he decided. Is thy goal to find our younger brother, friends? Caffrey looked back with something like disappointment. He was noticing she was quick to switch between her feelings. Not just a friend, we are trying to find him a lover. A brief pause. Well, he has already found one, but I am rather certain that he does not understand anything at all about what he is doing. Especially as he didn't even so much as twitch at my words. Quite frankly, I'm astounded he could not grasp something so simple, but, It seems my little brother is frighteningly innocent. Finger raised, she swept it around in a circular motion to all of them. Which means that as we three were the ones to witness it, I feel as though we are obligated to get him some help before he blunders his way through this and spoils his chances of romance. Were they? No, never mind all of that. Farum stared at her long and hard, then raised his voice. Are you quite sure you are not grasping at delusion for this explanation? I assumed it could just as easily be that he disapproved of your blatant theft. He paused as she started to glare at him, daring him to finish the sentence and doubtless already preparing to launch a long and eloquent rant about how she was, in fact, not stealing food and was instead claiming tribute that was rightfully owed to them. Something that would have been much easier to be convinced by. Were it not for the fact she had also swiped a pot of ice cream from the chilled room just as quickly and seemed content with that. Your secretive efforts to claim tribute. The words mollified her, the smile slipped comfortably back onto her face as her hands found anchor on her hips. Silly uncle. That would indeed be the convenient answer, but you are not seeing things clearly. You are taking the answer at face value and looking no deeper. Think of it clearly, they have all been around for such a while, and think of it. Little Ash, stickler for rules, called her Olga. Just Olga. She shrugged and leaned back, confidently smirking. Do you not see? The only others he speaks of so informally are those he thinks of with respect. Or those he lacked respect for. Still, he glanced once more at Priscilla, then towards Caffrey. Did it truly matter if nothing came of this? Maybe it was him being sentimental or nostalgic. But he saw no harm in this little indulgence. Very well then. Leaning forwards, he found his lips curling into the smallest of smiles. He was grateful to his scarf for hiding the words away, but even he could tell how warm his voice had become. It was not fair to Caffrey that he was thinking of another in her place. Let's hear about what your plan of attack might be, little Caffrey. It was a bright and almost mischievous grin that formed upon her lips as she stepped forward, hands raised and poised to deliver a rather clear plan of attack for whatever this might have been. Then we shall commence with a grand. No. Caffrey felt her smile wane just a little at her uncle's rather curt word, her arms dropped a little as her eyes found his own. There was an unyielding strength in the dull gold of his orbs. It is a special occasion. And one best not marred with pressure. Especially for a first effort at courtship. More so that he is clearly not well suited for such things. Arms crossed, he pointed. Has he ever struck you as being a man who makes a spectacle of things? Is that truly the impression he has left you with? She knew where he was going with this, so she wanted to say yes. Except that really was not the case. Her brother was rather, well, boring. Boring sounded rather mean, but it would perhaps be kinder to say he was the simple sort of fellow. Yes, simple. Especially given that he had spent his entire time learning how to bake nothing more than bread at the moment and rejected any sort of request on her part to do something a little more exotic. It was rather sad, all things considered, but she supposed he needed quite a bit of convincing. Drat. Her uncle was quite right, wasn't he? No. Precisely. Uncle shifted and pointed. First and foremost, what one expects from a partner is honesty. If he is interested in the Lady Olga and if she is to be interested in him in turn, it is for the two of them to approach one another as their true selves. Spectacle is little more than a cloak to hide what lies underneath. He sighed and looked away. One cannot hide their face under a mask for all eternity, no matter how dutifully carved it might be to match one's face. That sounded very profound. Also a little sensible as well. With a hand cupping her chin, she cocked her head to one side and frowned to herself. I agree with our uncle. Her older sister raised her hand and spoke up. 'Tis strange to consider a notion in which we would greet a friend with falsehoods. Should we not present ourselves truly and, forgive me, thou speaks of masks and I do not know whether thy words are true or imagery. Ah, right, imagery. She explained for the benefit of her sister, but then glanced back at her uncle. But Ash is so terribly boring. Bake. Beg pardon. Bake. Uncle repeated, seems a simple enough answer to me. An activity they can partake in and taste the fruit of their labors directly. Should Olga come across a flaw in the art of baking bread, she might turn to him for guidance, and if their shared interest turns elsewhere, then they can walk that path together. Leaning forwards, he waved a hand. It gives reason for Ash to follow the path with the clear goal of fostering a closer relation with Olga. What if she has no interest in baking? Asking such a thing made her feel rather guilty because it was truly a rather splendid idea, but she felt the need to ask. Baking bread of all things did not strike her as the most romantic of hobbies or activities. Uncle shifted back and closed his eyes in thought. Her eyes darted back to her older sister as she raised a hand, armed with a most serious of expressions. Do we know what brings joy to the Lady Olga? She did not know that. Caffrey frowned and then realized a brief flaw, unless. I presume her to enjoy cakes. Given that was how this first came to mind. If she enjoys cakes, then would that not give her an interest in baking? Ah, her older sister could be so naive. The two matters are not related. Uncle might enjoy combat, but I doubt he would partake in the trials of smithing. Is that not the case? Uncle looked at her, then slowly nodded his head. On that I will say you are correct. Exactly. Wait, if he phrased it like that, then did it not mean she was not normally correct? Her eyes narrowed a little before she opted to move past such a thing. This did, however, give her an idea. What if we were to convince him to bake her cakes? It was a most ingenious idea. Grin on her lips, she floated back and forth as though pacing, gesturing her arm as she articulated her words. Consider it as such. He pursues the bread for the simplest of reasons. The nutrition it brings, but if we are to present him with a reason to bake something else, something more suited to the tastes of the Lady Olga, then he could be persuaded to do as such. Whipping around, she knew the grin on her lips had grown all the more mighty. Indeed, this is a grand plan indeed. This way he might learn how to bake the more succulent of treats, all the while Lady Olga need not fear the loss of her baked goods as keenly as before, as now she has a staunch ally who might be called upon to lend her aid in this trying time. Is it not delectable? I see you have spent time with Nud. Nud, what did he have to do with? Oh, he referred to the jokes. Why did Uncle have to say it so flatly? Arms crossed, she raised a brow. I find his humor to be rather pleasing, I shall have you know. Uncle only gave the barest hint of a sigh as he shook his head and started to rise up. I have it on good authority that the Lady Olga is also in the mood of training her servants in combat against skilled opponents. The warrior who bested me in combat would indeed be as fine as they come. If he could lend his services to her in that field, then it would doubtless further strengthen their bonds. Battlefield. Caffrey was rather hesitant to accept that. It sounds a tad violent. Uncle cocked his head. The bonds forged in battle are some of the tightest that exist. The link between comrades in arms are not easily broken. He trailed off, sounding rather sad all of a sudden. Just as quickly it vanished. But this is the method that exposes their honest selves to one another. Ash is a warrior first and foremost, he supports her where she is weaker. All the while she aids him in his curious quest to learn new skills. It is making up for the weaknesses while exposing the vulnerabilities. That was deeply profound, actually. Caffrey examined her uncle under a new light. He seemed remarkably well thought out with the answers he gave on the topic of romance. How very strange. But it cannot be forced. Uncle stated with a firm tone, such things are natural. Time will tell if their bond is anything at all like what you claim, but I believe friendship is indeed possible for them. I shall. The door opened up and Caffrey looked towards it. Then blanched. Oh dear. Get out, father. And he was glaring at Uncle. Father, wait eh. His eyes turned on her in an instant and she could see the warning against further speech. She held her resolve. For all of a few seconds. It was difficult when father turned his disappointed ire on her and she ducked her head low. All the while she heard the growling of his words. I will not repeat myself. Nameless one. I suppose you won't. Uncle replied in a quiet tone. Good fortune upon you, Lady Caffrey. Heavy steps signaled his retreat from her room. She dared to raise her eyes as father quickly glanced across to Priscilla and hesitated for a few moments. He said nothing as he looked back at her, but there was the silent promise they would speak another time. And like that, he turned and marched right out of her room, door closed behind him. Priscilla raised her voice in the silence that followed. Thy father seems direct, and yet, how strange. He spoke with such venom but looked at thou with such concern. Caffrey could only grunt and shrug, that is, father. Her older sister said nothing, merely looking thoughtful. She hoped she had not gotten uncle in too much trouble. He had gained some distance from the room by the time he was intercepted. Enough distance they would not be overheard. Turning about, he looked ever so slightly down at the red-haired man who stomped the length of the hallway towards him, an expression like cold flame. You will not approach her again. The very first words from Flan were a simple demand. Ferrum thinned his lips and exhaled, I cannot prevent her approaching me. Then you will leave her be and little else. I care not how you turn her down, but by all the flame and all the light, if I should catch your shadow in her line of sight again. Flann was bolder than he recalled. There was a flame in his eyes that was far from the posturing he was acquainted with. Farum had to truly look into those eyes. He was serious, well and truly serious in his threat. They both had to know who would win in a fight, and yet. Do you think me so great a threat to her? Farum found himself mumbling. Flann looked at him like the fool he surely was. Are you bereft of memory? Or must I list the many crimes? No, he did not need to do that. Farum looked down and closed his eyes. Flann was her father, it was his right to demand she be left alone. If that was the wish, then he would adhere to it. She is much like her mother. He opened his eyes, greeted by an expression that was twisted with both pride and revulsion. Shame also. From how I remember her. The complication vanished, then was quickly replaced with disgust. Such as your memory is worth. I do not want to hear her praises sung from your traitorous lips. There was a note of irony in that. Are we not all traitors now? Flann's expression went carefully blank. Do not dare compare our positions. You betrayed your family, betrayed us all, for our mortal enemy. For strangers, should you call us one in the same again, I will kill you. If only for the insult you deal my daughter on that front. He really was different. Everyone had changed, it seemed. Yet looking at Flann now. I remember you differently also. Flann scoffed and shook his head, turning and marching off. Was it truly such a change brought about by? Farum hesitated as he moved to ask. He did not know if he wanted the answer, but if. He was surprised that Flann stopped at his words, but they did not turn. If you were forced to choose between divinity and your children, which would you pick? Flann turned and looked at him like he was a fool once more. Then they spread their arms wide and gestured around. Look around. With a scoff, the god lowered their arms once more. Am I not here? That was that. Flann watched him for a moment longer, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Did they see through him, or were they merely disgusted with the sight of him? He did not know the answer to such a question, and he was rightfully unsure of what he would say if they should have asked anything further. Instead he said the only words that came to him. You are stronger than I, Flann. It was more than he meant to say. But he saw the confusion flash across their face, then the eyes widened a fraction as they stared at him long and hard. He said far too much, he figured. I shall not approach your daughter again. Farum spoke the words aloud, for what little his promises were worth, he figured. Turning about, he marched away and felt the stare remain on the back of his head all the while. It was almost laughable how swiftly Flann had answered. Flann. The braggart and the blowhard, the one who ran his mouth so often and was little more than a jester on the field of battle. The one who was so very careless with their mouth at times and suffered for it before. Yet this was one who had truly threatened him. Their words were so very swift indeed. He was indeed the fool for asking such a question to begin with. After a time of walking, he stopped and stared straight down the hallway, then glanced over his shoulder the way he had come. There were many choices that he made in his life. Many he regretted, others he did not. Yet this was one choice he was certain that he would forever regret. Spending time with Caffrey reminded him of something he had almost lost. For a few moments he was back home without a worry in the world. Was that how it felt to be there for a child? Could he not have also? He turned back and marched onwards. The words of the small human came back to haunt him once again. Was he truly the same man she would have fallen in love with? He very much doubted he was. His head twitched as he marched onwards. Marie paused and glanced away from Jean at the knock on the door. She was rather surprised by how tentative it was. Excuse me. Sending Jean a smile, she rose up and made her way towards it and flicked it open. Her eyes climbed upwards in an instant and met the gaze of the war god Farum. The one she remembered very well. The one who had helped burn down France. Yes, it might have been in the past, but, well. He remembered it just as clearly as she did, it seemed. She'd not yet spoken to him. He looked down at her and it was clear he remembered also. Queen Marie. He rumbled in a tone that was rather respectful but, dare she say, almost a little bashful. Farum. She inclined her head in a polite bow. To what do we owe this pleasure? His eyes flicked past her and towards Jean, then back down. Am I interrupting? Now was that not a strange thing to ask? It was like he was almost begging for her to say yes, that she might turn him down and send him off. No, of course not. She smiled back instead and gestured to the room. Rather, I think it is past time the two of us had a little sit down. I'm sure it would be best for us all to clear the air, now that we are allies. Farum was slow moving, but he did move. Quite. His voice was strained as he ducked low and walked through the frame, rising back up and taking a breath. There is something I would like to ask. Was there indeed? Oh. She hummed back as she moved to her seat and lowered herself down, turning her eyes onto the war god and narrowing them just a fraction. The singularity in this Scandinavian land. Farum sounded certainly hesitant land. I understand there was a knight of Forasa present. Knight of Forasa. Ah. Her eyes brightened at the memory. You mean Esser Gordon. He was ever so kind. A very knightly figure, through and through. That is a relief to hear. Farum said, somewhat stiffly. I was curious if you could regale me with his conduct. As the god of war over the land and their patron, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not listen to how my knights conducted themselves. He took slow steps forwards and looked everywhere that wasn't at her. Especially as some who left became brigands. Yes. She let out a small huff and folded her arms. Yes, well. Gordon was nothing at all like that sort of brute. He was very clear about that, and though our time was brief, he was still a very chivalric figure. I look forwards to the chance of him arriving in Chaldea. Farum had listened very intently. Now that was rather strange. Very slowly, he nodded his head up and down. Maybe. Would you like to hear more? If there is no trouble. Farum rumbled as he stepped closer. Marie smiled and gestured towards the nearest seat for him. He lowered himself down onto it and leaned forwards. Though she would be asking for an apology to France when this was done. Something told her that this was probably the right thing for her to do. There was an eagerness when he listened to this one night. Almost. Well, maybe that wasn't any of her business. Amakusa Shuru. Ritska knew something would be afoot. It felt like it would be one of those days. Does it count as instinct if I can sense something going wrong? He didn't expect a real answer. It could be worth reviewing. But apparently he was going to get one. He slowly craned his head towards Lord El Meloy too as they answered without even missing a beat. Repeated exposure to ray-shift technology is not something that we have a precedent for, as well as your numerous encounters with individuals who possess a unique relation with time. The older man frowned and held his cigar close to his lips, then stopped and pulled it away. Probably when he remembered this was a no-smoking zone. You, Ritsuka Fujimaru, are a unique individual when it comes to this, and I would certainly suggest that we review the effects of ray-shifting upon your perception of the flow of time. It could well be that your body and mind become more attuned to the changes in the timestream and the formation of singularities themselves. He really didn't know if they were joking or not. Because that sounded really serious. His eyes flicked towards the director, who was looking super thoughtful all of a sudden. Fully having her chin cupped and her eyes narrowed upon him, giving him a long and hard look as if she was trying to pick him apart with just her gaze. What the heck? You mean to suggest some manner of awakening with his origin could have been related to the singularities? No, really. What? This sounded like it was somehow really ominous. Lord El Meloy too let out a short hum and nodded his head, possibly. The alternative is that there is no direct relation and it is nothing more than the average human response. That instinctive and primitive signal in our brains that warn of us potential danger. I like that answer. Ritsuka pointed at the man, let's go with that. The director was still staring at him, then she hummed and turned back around. Could she please give him some sort of sign that she was accepting his words? He would have really appreciated it. Director, Lord El Meloy-san. El Meloy too. The man corrected without missing a beat, giving Mash a brief glance before he frowned and nodded his head. But I suspect you are going to suggest that we should get to work on the reason you were brought here. Yes, that would be rather prudent. He turned and pointed towards the monitor. Dr. Romani. ... Oh, is it my turn now? The doctor looked around for a moment, then looked back at the screen. Right, well, we picked up some curious signals out of Wales a couple hours ago. The readings were pretty consistent with average fluctuations within the timeline. Nothing too out of the ordinary like we've been getting anywhere else. That was a sentence now. Oddly enough, it was a sentence that was a little relieving. That being said, it had been a while since the last singularity. Ritsuka was starting to get a little anxious about when the next one would be showing up. No, that could be fretted over later. For right now, they had some other problems to deal with. Which were, apparently, related to Britain. I'm guessing that they didn't remain ordinary. Romani responded to his comment with a weak laugh. Yeah, that is the case. Seems like the distortion there has been increasing. So much so that we were able to launch a more detailed examination, and it seems like with enough time, this could eventually form a minor singularity itself. He turned about, frown clear on his lips. There are already some servant signals cropping up in that place. Wait, seriously. Ritsuka felt his brows shoot up. Doesn't that mean? Romani nodded his head. It means that there is, most likely, the early formations of a Holy Grail in that era. The alternative. He turned his head about to Lord El Meloy too. Is that there is another object of power forming as well. The magical energy produced by even the smallest distortion would be rather significant. If there was anyone within that era who could make use of it, then they would exacerbate the problems. The man frowned and gestured to him. Which makes it of vital importance that we deal with this promptly, before it can worsen. The presence of heroic spirits being summoned in opposition to whatever is disrupting the era is proof enough that there is certainly cause for alarm. Enough that it is difficult to say whether it would be resolved swiftly without intervention. Ritsuka nodded his head, then turned about towards the director. So get in, solve the problem, then get out. She gave him a swift nod. That is the gist of the matter, yes. A fairly standard operation, all things considered. You have resolved true singularities, but do not let your guard down so easily. This is Wales during the early AD era. That means that Britain still remains within the Age of Gods during this period of time. Oh, yikes. Ritsuka grimaced a little. Bring some British originating servants then. The director frowned. It is entirely up to you, but they would not have been born at the time of this distortion. There would be little in the way of a reputational enhancement, though I suspect there will be some personal preference involved when it comes to directly intervening in this. Yeah, he figured that would be the case. I'll assemble a team and then head down to the rayshift chamber. Good. I'll remain here. Ah. Ritsuka lurched backwards at the voice that was directly in his face, scrambling backwards and pressing a hand over his heart. Ash stared back at him with a touch of bemusement. ... Don't sneak up on me like that. The confusion remained. I did not. Ritsuka stared at them for a brief moment, then looked around to the others in the room and jerked a thumb towards them. So, did anyone else hear him enter? He teleported in. Romani replied rather simply, I only really noticed because of the flash of light reflected off the monitor, to be honest. Ah, right. That made sense. Wait a second here. Turning back to face Ash, he blinked and cocked his head. You want to stay behind. Ash tilted his head. It is not a matter of want. I merely feel as though it would be more beneficial if I were to remain behind so that you would be able to incorporate other servants to serve frontline roles. Aha. Well, he could get that. Mash, meanwhile, sounded a little puzzled. But, Ash-san, is everything all right? He nodded his head. Everything is fine. You will be on deployment with him and I have confidence in your capabilities. Along with whomever he takes along with him, Ritska will be adequately defended. The green eyes flicked back to him. And I can make a rapid deployment if the situation should deteriorate. Admittedly, that was something that Ash could do. Failing that, I shall remain behind with the others and oversee events. Ah, so you're going to be running console. Cool. Ritska placed his hands on his hips and nodded his head. We get the secret Ash commentary now then, do we? Ash just gave him a blank stare. Quote. Is it a secret if I am telling you about it? Quote. Never mind. Ritska gave a slight shake of the head, then turned towards Mash. Let's head down. I've got a couple ideas as to who we could bring along. Mash pulled her eyes away from Ash, then nodded to him. All right, senpai. Olga watched them depart, then turned her eyes on Ash. He'd just wandered towards the monitor and now stood over Romani's shoulder like some sort of statue. Arms crossed and peering right down. Either oblivious or uncaring to the effect he had on the surrounding staff, who were all giving him rather obvious glances every few moments. Apparently some things were not quite forgotten or forgiven just yet. Which was fine, she supposed. It would take time, but she was semi-curious as to why he would decide to do this now. The last time this happened was during that incident with Gwendolyn, but he had been going through some personal issues and deemed his presence unsound for the mission. She had been approving of it then. Right now, she was just confused. You all right not going down with them? At least she could rely on Romani to just blunder on ahead and ask the question she had been thinking. Ash made a soft grunt. Mash will get no better if I am present. What? Wait. Was this some sort of training exercise for him? She shifted her weight and frowned at him. The simulator does exist. Simulated danger means nothing, was the retort she received just as quickly. Practiced motions with no cost for failure. That sounded like he was also gambling with Ritska's life. A claim that would have probably held some more weight if they did not have a vast quantity of servants to draw upon for support, admittedly, but there was no denying that this was also a rather large risk. Unless, her eyes flicked across as Lord El Meloy too was giving Ash a short but understanding gaze, then flicked back to the monitor. They have given no comments on the situation and treated it as though it was both normal and expected. So that made it fine, right? If there was a problem, then surely he would have spoken up. It was not just his common sense as a lord of the clock tower but also his duty as a servant. Admittedly, that latter reasoning felt rather stiff to her, even thinking about treating a lord of the clock tower, pseudo-servant or otherwise, as nothing more than a servant struck her as being completely unthinkable. All right then. Romani accepted the answer and shifted in his seat. Do you want to pull up a chair? I'll stand. Okay then. Olga let out a soft grunt that might have been called amusement, by the uneducated, at least, but she offered little else as she glanced around and searched for her own chair. Finding it in short order and pulling herself towards the desk and to the monitor, settling herself down and examining the readings. Try not to drop them in the air, this time. Romani let out another of his pitiful whimpers, that happened only a couple times. She raised a brow and stared at him. Was this him trying to be cute or something? It was not, and if thought those puppy dog eyes of his would earn him sympathy, then he was wrong. It happened to her as well. Then we shall keep it at those couple times. The doctor slumped a little and shifted forwards. It is a survivable fall with Mash bearing the brunt of the impact. Olga flicked her eyes towards Ash at his little comment. It doesn't need to happen. He only shrugged. I am merely stating the facts. Should it happen again, there is slim chance of danger. Then he tilted his head and looked briefly thoughtful. Do we not possess servants with flight-capable mounts? Perhaps we could begin manifesting them in the air on purpose upon such a mount, or with a servant who possesses one. That was not a bad idea. Olga felt her brows shoot up a little. Hey, yeah. Romani had perked up as well. Like a safety net, we could deploy the director into battle on the back of a dragon. Why was she the first one that popped into his head when he said that? Do you think I'm some sort of warrior princess from a fantasy novel? Romani shrugged a little. I mean, don't you have a magical suit of armor that follows you around and fights for you? I'm pretty sure you know how to beat me up now, so aren't you technically a warrior leader? She squinted hard. Worse was the fact Ash was apparently nodding his head in the background as if that made perfect sense. I am not going to ride into battle on the back of a dragon. Even if she could do that. Actually, she could do that, couldn't she? Her refusal might have come a little too quickly as she leaned back and cupped her chin. Calamate would definitely agree to it. He would probably agree far too quickly to the idea as well. See, she's thinking about it now. Oi. She snapped back and pointed, watch the screens. Yes, director. HMPH. Good. Ah, Fujimaru-kun has responded with the servants he's going down with. Excellent. Which ones? Looks like Atalanta and Esser Sanora. Why did Romani look like he wanted to say something else there? The doctor rolled his lips inwards, then let out a soft sigh. Guess this squad is gonna be real catty. Olga stared. Lord El Meloy too craned his head about and stared down. Even Ash had looked away from the monitor to stare at the doctor. The man shrunk into his seat, as well he should have, after making such an abysmal joke. Perhaps you should leave the comedy to the people who can actually tell jokes. Ash shifted. I sense the approaching presence of the altered King Arthur. Where? Olga glanced behind her towards the closed door. They are a floor below us. Oh, so they were going to go with Fujimaru as well. All right then, that was probably wise, at least. Even if they would not benefit from the fame bonus, then there was still the added benefit of the fact they were a King Arthur. Hey, Romani spoke up. Do you think that we're gonna run into another version of King Arthur or something down there? Huh, I mean, they are Welsh. Romani pointed to the screen, and servants are being summoned, so would it make sense if there ended up being another version of King Arthur there to sort the mess out? Also with what our track record is for King Arthur and Knights of the Round Table in general. She could not immediately dismiss it. Did it sound like some sort of overly paranoid nonsense? Well, no, because they did display an unusual habit of encountering versions of King Arthur. I do not believe we should dismiss the possibility. Ash spoke up in support. El Meloy too let out a thoughtful hum. It would certainly make sense if the counterforce were to call upon heroic spirits with strong ties to the region to make the summoning a simpler affair. Even if it is before the era of their birth, there is a precedent for it with both Queen Marie and Mozart being present in the events of the Orleans Singularity. Once again, she could not argue. Ritska could feel the rather strong pressure of the stare. It was actually sort of intimidating. He really thought they had gotten closer when she was pretending to be Santa. How curious. Her voice did not change its tone, and yet it somehow felt sharper. I am of the opinion you conjured a rather strange thought. Who, me? Ritska chuckled and pointed at himself. Nope. He would never dream of it. Mainly because Artoria Alter was a very intimidating person and he would never dare do something like that. Just a little worried with all the servants were bringing down is all. He shrugged a little as he advanced towards his own coffin, time tube. He was calling them time tubes from now on. You may leave behind the riff-raff if it should concern you so deeply. Well, that was definitely not how you made friends. He glanced towards her and saw her stare aimed off towards the lancer and archer that were accompanying them down. The ones who had been his first picks in this because he wanted to actually deploy down with them. Atalanta was him trying to get her a little less. Well, he didn't want to say hostile. But yeah, hostile felt like the right word. Not that he blamed her. Her first encounter in Chaldea was the literal cannibal, so that was hardly the best of first impressions. Wait a second. His eyes narrowed a little and he glanced away from Artoria Alter and towards one of the spots not far from him. Then he closed his eyes and inhaled. Senpai. He heard Mash question him, are you alright? Fine. He opened his eyes back up and smiled, just waiting for someone to stop hiding. He folded his arms and tapped his foot along the ground. Seconds ticked past. Then Jack just appeared right in front of him, eyes downcast. Jack, were you going to sneak down with us? We didn't want to be left behind. Her eyes flicked up and locked onto his own. He stiffened at her gaze. All right, you can come. Jack's expression did a complete 180 on him, eyes brightening and a smile flashing across her lips. Yay. Damn it. HMPH. He heard that scoff rather loudly, his eyes flicked across as Artoria Alter strode past him, a touch of a smirk on her pale features. And since when did your spine become so collapsible? Hey. He resembled that remark. Shoulders dropping, he glanced back towards Jack as she stared back at him with a rather bright and wide smile. It was impossible for him to say no to her when it looked like she would have burst into tears if he'd rejected her. With a shake of the head, he faced Mash and shrugged his shoulders. Guess this is turning into quite the little party, huh? Mash offered him a weak smile and a nod of the head. Seemed like she was was she upset? Or was she disappointed? He couldn't quite tell, but he was sure it was probably a mixture of both. Was she hoping it would just be the two of them? She hadn't much argued when Ash volunteered to stay behind, so he didn't want to say anything right now though, not when they had an audience. So he'd wait until they had some time. He was pretty sure he was right at least. Guess we're heading down. He gave Mash a pat on the shoulder. See you in a few centuries. She blinked at him in slight confusion. Did she not get the joke or? Oh. Her eyes flashed with understanding, then she smiled. I understand, senpai. Yes. I will see you in approximately 1800 years. That far back. Yikes. The ray shift was as comfortable as ever. Hey, we're not in the sky this time. Ritsuka exclaimed as his eyes opened, standing in the middle of a nice field of grass, planting his hands on his hips. Is that some manner of joke? He turned about at the voice. Atalanta peered back at him with slightly narrowed and rather bemused eyes, clearly searching for any sign of a joke. He could only wish. No. Ritsuka replied rather swiftly. We've dropped in from quite a ways up before. Finger pointed right up, he continued. Like, way up. I think we once dropped in from like a mile straight down into the ocean. I know that Ash talked about how he cracked his face off the mast of a ship, but that was a sort of worst-case scenario. Really unlucky he happened to hit the one ship out there. Atalanta just stared at him with slightly furrowed brows, then she glanced around with visible unease. Is our method of entry as dangerous as this frequently? He might have given the wrong impression there. No, it's gotten better. Reassuring her, he waved his hand. Hasn't happened in a while. I see. She just gave him a shallow nod. Guess we need to do a sound-off now. He turned about and looked about, raising his hand and waving. Speak up if you're present. Mash Kairi-light present and accounted for, senpai. Came the rapid response from his reliable shielder. We're here as well, mommy. A weight abruptly landed on his shoulders and sent him into a small stumble, though he managed to keep himself upright. Turning his head a little and glancing at the grinning face and the mop of white hair. Then the face seemed to dim as a thoughtful look came over her. Are we allowed to ride on your shoulders? Big brother Calamate said we could do it to him. Sure. Ritsuka didn't have a problem with it at all. Ash did this thing with Nobunaga as well. Shame I don't have any binoculars though, otherwise I'd ask if you could spot for me. Jack seemed to wilt a little, but it just as quickly vanished when she scampered up and perched herself on his shoulders, hands resting atop his head. It was it was just strange how quickly Jack had gotten attached to the idea of doing this sort of thing. Like absurdly quickly. His eyes flicked towards Atalanta, catching her staring at him with an expression that he couldn't quite discern, but her turning away from him made it all the more difficult to do so. Anyone else? His gaze switched past to the others. Both Sanora and Artoria Alter stood in silence a short distance from him. Neither of them saying a single thing. His smile twitched a little. Mommy, aren't they going to say anything? Jack questioned from above his head. Are they being naughty? Do we need to stab them? That escalated quickly. No stabbing. He hastily replied while keeping his smile, though he was sure it probably twitched a little. His eyes flicked between the two knights with a bit of pleading. Artoria Alter just stared at him with an unchanging expression. Sanora let out a faint sigh. I am reporting for duty with no injuries to make you aware of, my lord. Just Artoria Alter left. His eyes fixed themselves on her. She just scoffed quietly and turned her head away. I think that counts. Ritska decided then and there. Then he slipped his hand into his pocket and picked out one of the spare communicators, handing it upwards. Jack, do you want to handle the speaking with Chaldea? Can we? She sounded really excited about it. Sure. Ritska turned his head up and smiled at her. I'm relying on you here, Jack. It's a big responsibility, so that's why I'm trusting you, alright. I'm sure you'll do great. Jack just beamed wider and hastily took the disc from his hands. Okay, mommy. We can talk to the funny people. Funny people. He chuckled a little and lowered his head down. At least spending time with the younger siblings of his friends gave him some experience in dealing with small kids. Simple. Just make them feel indispensable and very important. Though he was concerned Jack might have been a little too eager to do something. It was a little reminiscent of Gawain, really. Now that was an uncomfortable thought. Alright, communication is Fujimaru-kun, how come you're using one of the spare communicator? Oh. Hello there, miss. Hello there, Mr. Strawberry. Ritska cleared his throat. I believe his name is Dr. Strawberry. Doctor. Jack made a funny noise. Are you like the doctors that shoved things inside of mommy to get rid of us? Ritska felt his expression twist up on his face. His eyes flicked across towards Mash, who had similarly stiffened up. Her eyes widened, staring at him in a clear case of open shock and horror. Not that sort of doctor, Jack. Swallowing down his horror at the rather abrupt change in the tone of the conversation, he wet his lips, keeping his voice in a forced calm. He's the type of doctor that eats cakes and sleeps when he's supposed to be working. Doctors do that. Hey. Romani gave a rather weak protest, but it sounded strained to him. I don't always do that, just, sometimes. I haven't done that in a while. Then who has been stealing my cakes? The director demanded with a bit of an edge. My sister, was the instant reply from Ash. I have warded her away from future incursions. That brought about the amusing image of Ash stood with sword in hand in front of the fridge trying to defend it against intruders. Which sister? It was Hanlith, wasn't it? That lazy slacker. Guess the director still bore a grudge. Ritska wasn't so sure, though. I'm pretty sure that Chris would have just swiped the cakes for her if she really wanted them. That was the sort of thing that Chris would do. Let me guess, Caffrey. Ash made a grunt of affirmation. Yep, he figured as much. Fascinating as this is, Lord El Meloy too interjected with a rather dry tone. I believe that you would be best off focusing on the task at hand. The nearest settlement to your current location is at least 5 miles west of you. Kyrie Light should have the details. Follow her directions. Ritska rather quickly turned his head towards Mash, who now had Fu on her shoulder. Hey. He shifted Jack on his own shoulders and giggled a little. We both have white-haired riders. Mash blinked, then looked down at her shoulder and blinked again. Guess she didn't realize Fu was there, huh? Oh well. I would advise caution. Ash interjected. The distortion grows stronger by the moment. It is likely to draw in phantasmal creatures from differing regions. Really? So, wyverns. Potentially, yes. Ritska rolled his eyes, then glanced towards Atalanta. It's always wyverns, trust me. She just stared at him rather strangely. He might have been coming across as a little too carefree, he supposed. But he was trying really hard to pander to Jack right now. That rather sharp change in tone from her earlier was something he was not going to forget anytime soon. Don't worry. We can take care of mommy, Mr. Jack went silent. Do we know you? No. Ash rather curtly replied, but I know you. Did he need to make that sound so hostile? Ritska frowned a little. Ash. Be polite. I was. Inhaling and then exhaling, he turned his focus back to Mash. So which specific direction to the nearest town? Mash perked up a little and smiled, then looked at the back of her shield. This way, senpai. I know the way. Ritska chuckled and started walking when Mash moved. Good thing, we'd be lost without you. Only to hear a faint scoff from Artoria Alter. I shall ignore the implication that I could not navigate my own homeland. He didn't know if there was a safe answer to that. Mash seemed to falter for a moment, and that was enough for him to frown a little. Yeah, but aren't we from before you were born? He was quick to point out to her. Just saying that some things might not have been the same then as they are now. Stuff changes over time, you know. Artoria Alter slowly turned her head towards him and stared. There was something challenging in her gaze as she peered him down, eyes narrowed just a fraction. She gave another light huff and turned her head, marching onwards, thought not past Mash at least. Just a little ahead of him. Well, that probably could have gone better. He sighed a little and picked up the pace a little to catch up with Mash. Though he was swiftly joined at the side by Atalanta and Sanora, the two of them marching in step either side of him. Mommy. Yes, Jack. How come both of these ladies are like cats? Ritska hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Sanora. The lancer spared a short turn of the helm towards him, then she answered. Because the lion is a fierce and noble beast and displays power and a hunter's prowess that all should aspire to. That sounded cool. Wait a moment. Don't lions hunt in packs? Yes. Sanora responded with a tilt of the head. That is what we are doing right now, isn't it? Atalanta made a short noise. Would that not imply we are all lionesses? He could feel her gaze on the side of his head. Ritska chuckled. I could pull it off. Excuse me. He sent her a short look and smiled at her bemused expression. You've never seen me in a dress. Trust me, I could definitely pull off being a lioness. Atalanta looked no less confused now than she had done a moment ago. What? She looked at him like he was a little crazy. He might have definitely sounded it. Well, to be fair, Ash is the one with the gender-changing ring. And there went Romani throwing in his 2 yen. I do not see why you speak of it as though it matters. Ash replied next, I have noticed no discernible difference when I change genders. There came a short scoff from the director, except the chest. Admittedly I am more top-heavy as a woman, this is true. Ritska could see Atalanta's face twisting in deeper and deeper confusion as the conversation went on. Her eyes flicked from the conversation above his head right down towards his own face, squinting like she was searching for something else. He could only offer a shrug. We're a little crazy sometimes. It felt like the right answer. Unfortunately. I am beginning to see that. Her acknowledgement was expected. The fact that no one even denied it was something that really should have bothered him, except it didn't. Not really. She stopped at the crest of the hill. Her eyes swept over the landscape. The others were not far behind her. Fleet-footed as she was, it was still not enough for the other who bore the traits of a lion. Though they were much more visible than her own. It was also the distinct impression she might have known them, but she could not quite place why that was. Perhaps another past summoning. Regardless, they were nimbler than she was. Well, she did wear armor, so that likely changed matters, but she was no huntsman like this one was. Her body twitched at the sound of laughter far behind her. The high-pitched giggle of the child made her frown behind her helm. Turning her head a fraction and gazing down through the corner of her eye. A distraction. That was what the child was, if they could even be called as such, and it was showing. Yet it was not her place to question her liege. That was far above her station, and they had the support of many gods. Even her own divines from the period of Haida. She turned back and cast the thoughts from her mind and focused upon her own skills. She could not afford to be distracted by the blabberings of a heroic spirit in the form of a child. Heroic spirit. Could such a thing even be called? No, she was getting distracted once more. Her mind should remain focused on the task. There is smoke. Her head twitched once more, catching the low utterance of the archer and shifting her gaze further along west and squinting to the distance. She looked hard and she could see it after but a moment longer, though it was considerably more difficult for her to take sight of it than the archer. Clearly they had well-practiced eyes. You have keen eyes, hunter. Her words were accepted with a low hum from the other woman, thumbing at the string of her bow. Keen eyes to see the ruins of the village we are moving for. Signs of battle are already present. Sanora shifted her weight and turned down, looking to the approaching group, not yet aware of the problem. Her eyes lingered on the young child perched atop the shoulders of her liege, then she inhaled and turned back around. Coiling her grasp tighter around the shaft of her cross spear and hefting it upwards, holding it with the tip pointed down at an angle and looking about for any movement. There was nothing, but she supposed the archer would have seen it first. I shall inform our liege of this development. Turning, she heard only a grunt of acknowledgement but little else. It made her frown just a bit as she began the short march to join up with the others. This was certainly one of the most unorthodox parties she had ever been a member of. There was just something very informal about it all. Jokes and laughter did nothing to dissuade her thoughts of this. They faded as she approached, perhaps sensing the gravity of her words. We have spied smoke in the horizon. The town has likely been ransacked already. Her liege was quick to frown and narrow his eyes. Smoke means fire, it could be wyverns then. Sanora let him speak the words over and took a mental back step to allow for deliberating between the others. There is a lack of wind. King Arthur stated with narrowed eyes, likely between the time of the attack and now. That the smoke lingers now indicates the attack is fresh. There may yet be some clues for those responsible, or remains from the feast of such beasts. Their liege let out a short hum. Well, we need to keep heading onwards so we're on the right track in knowing that something is amiss out here. Unless it's just something that happened. I'm not that familiar with history around this time. He wasn't. Was there no briefing for information on this topic? Her brows pinched a touch further, grateful for her helmet, but casting her eyes towards Squire Kyrilight. They were knowledgeable about such things. This period of history is less documented, I'm afraid, Senpai. The girl sounded apologetic. I don't know much about it. Her eyes flicked next to King Arthur. This was still their homeland. Except there was silence from them also. Did no one know anything about the people of this land during the time they landed? Should that not have been a first priority? Well, we won't figure out standing here. Her liege abruptly commented, we'll need to pick up the pace. I'll ask Atalanta to keep an eye out on the skies in case there are wyverns about. Now that we know where we're heading, I'd say that you two can head a bit further forwards with scouting, but not too far. Sanora nodded her head, as you command. Then turned on her heel and bounded back up the hill, arriving by the side of the archer in short order. We are to scout further ahead and keep alert for wyverns, but it could also be the work of the locals. Archer turned on her, briefly, and gave a short hum. Then she just shot forwards in a burst of speed and left her behind. Sanora was left unsure whether to be thankful they were so quick to follow the orders or to be concerned they were so willing to work with what little information she had given them. Opting to move past the matter, she launched herself over the ridge and after the direction of the archer. Her steps carrying her onwards with great speed and casting her gaze all about her. Not too far ahead, her liege had said. She was unsure what the specifics of that were. For that matter, would it not have made sense for them to send the assassin, given she had the concealment to work as a scout better than she or the archer? Sanora frowned deeper. Did the thought not occur? Well, it was not her place to volunteer others and she did not want to be thought of as a coward who was eager to pass along duties to others because there might have been some danger. Unless her liege was trying to draw their opponents into the open. They would remain hidden if they could not spy anyone, but with her, there was no concealment. If they wished to ambush her, they would reveal themselves. Was that his goal? She was unsure. No, she was thinking too deeply about this all. Her focus remained on. Her steps slowed as she caught something far enough away, the short distance to the town which was now far closer than before, she could feel it. Even if that were not the case, she heard it. Like distant thunderclaps. Which meant that archer could hear it also. Master. The voice of the archer cut through her mind as it entered the shared link. There is ongoing signs of battle. I believe there is a servant already present and engaged in conflict. I shall search for a better vantage point. Sanora stood ready to receive orders. I just talked with Romani. Came the prompt response, he's confirmed it. There's a berserker servant ahead of us. He's also, Apparently we're registering Lama-type enemies. Archer had a greater reaction to that. Lamias. Out here. We are miles from Greece. He's confused as well, if that makes you feel better, but head on ahead. See if you can provide some support to this berserker. Archer gave a curt response, yes. And that was that. Sanora waited for a moment, then she raised her own voice. My own orders, my liege. We're catching up with you now. Archer is going to keep an eye on the situation and help berserker. Head on over first, try and establish what sort of berserker we're dealing with and whether they are the type that can be reasoned with. I'm hoping if they see someone helping, they might be more reasonable. An alliance of mutual aid. Yes, she could understand that. Understood. And if they could not be reasoned with, then she could eliminate them without her liege ever coming into the danger of harm. Her pace quickened as lightning crackled around her, white jolts flicked through dark clouds as she drew in a deep breath, then accelerated. The burst of energy launched her faster and faster as she moved well past the point where Archer would have found a spot to provide some support. Already she could hear the distant whistle of arrows across the sky, soaring overhead as traces of falling green stars before they disappeared into the center of the town. Sanora was closer now that she could hear the clashes with greater ease. A final leap cast her into the center of the stone village. The ruined huts and mangled remains of the cattle were all about her as he soared over, briefly, and then plummeted straight down into the midst of the fighting. Her spear blurred in her hand as she swung to the nearest inhuman creature. A mixture of woman and serpent. Horrifying. Like the serpent men of legend, though she dared not believe that such things could truly exist. Regardless, her cross spear bisected the monster before it could turn itself fully towards her, the halves falling to the ground as she launched herself forwards in another thrust, catching her next victim in the center mass. The tail spasmed, the mass of muscle swinging towards her. She twisted and yanked her spear out, tearing the side apart and batting down the club to the ground, turning herself at the heavy crunch she heard. A broken body flew past, crashing into the ruins of a hut and vanishing under falling smoke. She presumed this the berserker. They stood well over her by a head and then some, clad in full plate armor that showed not an ounce of skin and wielding a halberd of carved metal. The weapon looked almost decorative in nature. With a helmet carved into the face of a man, they peered down at her with a gleam of red behind their eye ports. She stiffened, red, and took a half-step backwards. The berserker regarded her for a moment longer, then swung about almost faster than she could track, sweeping low and kicking high. The full body spin sheared away the skull of the lamia as it pounced, the pressure of the force leveling yet another building as the foot stomped back down with force enough to crater the ground under its heel. At least they did not attack her. But it could be handled later. Twirling her spear, she threw herself back into the conflict as the arrows rained down from above. For every monster she skewered or the berserker crushed, at least 2 more were cut down by arrows striking their heads. Every time, it was a blow to the head. Without fail, Sanora could silently praise the skill of the archer as she drove her spearhead down into the tail of the lamia that tried to scurry away. She needn't do much else as a whistle went over her shoulder and the shaft of an arrow materialized in the nape of the beast, anchoring it to the ground and stiffening the movements. A swift tug wrenched her cross spear from the ground as she turned about. Berserker pulled his bloodied fist from the body of the final lamia with a meaty crunch and then stomped down on the skull as if that was somehow needed. The splatter of gore spread over his armor as he faced her once more. Only the sound of his breathing fell between them, slightly metallic as it drifted from the enclosed helmet. Yet there was no immediate attack. Despite the gleam of corruption in their eye, she did not see the usual traces of madness in them. Shifting her grip on her spear, she held it at the ready, head pointed to the sky as the butt of the weapon rested firmly at the ground. I am the servant lancer. Do you understand my words? Berserker kept their silence. Then, very slowly, they nodded their head. Only once. But it was a relief they did so. Then the head turned from her and shifted direction, heading off to the direction that all the arrows had come from. So they were also coherent enough to deduce she had support and locate where the support was. Admittedly, she understood little of the class of madness, but it seemed to be that the insanity of these servants was greatly exaggerated at times. Many times. Then Berserker turned his head, a slight twitch to the side, as if someone had called their name. Except there was only silence. Did they have a master? Or perhaps some manner of caster was performing a mental link. Then Berserker looked back at her. Are you contracted? I am. Your master is nearby. Her stance shifted ever so slightly, the questions were posed with little inflection, but she did not miss the swift change in them. Or the direct nature. And if they were, my orders are to lead you and others to ruler. Ruler. As in the class. Berserker's stance loosened in a moment, any tension that existed just vanished and they stood utterly at ease. Sanora could see a dozen ways immediately that she could have taken advantage of such a colossal oversight, and yet Berserker did not question it. It was rather unnatural how swiftly they had changed. My liege. She called through the link once more. Berserker has informed me that he has received orders to escort us to ruler. Ruler. Like the class. She shifted her gaze back. Do you refer to the class or merely the regional lord? Berserker answered curtly, class. He says the class. Her liege was silent for a short while, then he responded with a short but relieved grunt. Guess that really saves us some time, doesn't it? All right, we'll be there as quickly as possible. Atalanta, can you see anything else in the vicinity of the town? As of current, no. Came the prompt response, but the presence of Lamias is already cause for alarm. I would not dismiss the possibility of wyverns, as was suggested earlier. All right, keep a lookout and then join up with us when we make it to the town. We're picking up the pace now. Sanora stood at attention. I shall await your arrival. There is another matter. I believe Berserker has been afflicted by an old madness. His eyes glow red. Like bright glowing red. Yes. I see. Keep an eye on him but stay cautious. Yeah. Sounds like abyss, but I want to be sure about it. And then her attention returned fully to the silent Berserker. And silent he remained. She was unsure if he even so much as moved a single muscle, merely standing there without any sort of sign of life. It was as though he transitioned into a statue at the mere command of it. It was actually rather impressive, if she was honest. There were many knights she knew who would struggle with obtaining such a perfect posture, and this servant of madness was able to achieve it. Though the nature of his fighting was brutal, his form and posture were beyond reprise. It was rather, perhaps considerably, unusual for servants of madness to be this way, surely. Ritska wasn't sure what he was supposed to expect when he eventually made it to the town. But this definitely wasn't it. The second he crossed the corner of some of the ruins, he stopped in his tracks. Gundyr. The name passed through his lips before he could help it, but how could he? They were just standing there. And then Gundyr turned about at the mention of his name, focus shifting and landing solely upon him. You are the contractor of Lancer. It was a statement, not a question. I have been commanded to escort you to ruler. He awaits your arrival. Apparently so. Ritska shifted a little as he adjusted Jack on his shoulders, giving a slow nod of the head. Did Gundyr not even question how Ritska knew his name in the first place? That should have been something most other servants would pick up on. And what did Atalanta say? A berserker. The Gundyr he recalled fighting in Rome was a lancer. Gundyr. It was a brief pause as he realized that the one who had spoken was Ash. Gundyr stopped, briefly, then turned about and faced the direction of them both once again, focused slightly above Ritska and doubtless on the communicator in Jack's hands. The gaze of the berserker lingered for a short time. Then he gave the barest hint of acknowledgement, Gawain. And like that, the moment ended as Gundyr turned and started marching onwards, likely expecting them to follow on behind him. Which they would, but even still. Ritska shifted his weight a little and flicked his eyes upwards, raising his voice as he did so. Ash. Or you. It would be wise to follow Gundyr. Ash cut him short before he could finish. Evidently the servant presence within this singularity is more organized than anticipated. It would make for suitable information. It was a clear cut-off. Ash. Later. He jolted as the altered Artoria marched past, sparing him a short and rather intense gaze, or do you suppose the singularity shall stop and wait for us to discuss these feelings? No, he supposed it wouldn't. All right. He turned and looked after Gundyr, who had stopped a short distance from them. Probably when he realized that no one had actually immediately followed after him. How far away is it to Ruler? I do not know the exact distance, was the short response. I will escort you. And then he was moving away, stomping away. Yeah, he really was Ash's brother, wasn't he? Her eyes flicked to the side of his head, away from the monitor. It was hard not to divert her focus away from what was happening down in the mission. Ash stood there, arms folded over his chest, and peering down at the monitor with a rather blank expression. Utterly unblinking and making it nearly impossible for anyone to figure out what he could have been thinking of at the time. It was rather infuriating. She was curious, deeply so, but at the same time what was she supposed to do? Just go out and ask? No, that was something that was. Olga shifted and looked away, turning her gaze back down to the monitor. He registered as a lancer in Rome. Was that truly how she was going to start the conversation? Some servants are qualified for different classes. Romani answered rather than anyone else, giving a weak chuckle. We've seen the case with King Arthur already, so. Yes, she knew that. She was just trying for conversation. I was merely speculating how this would affect team dynamics. I doubt it will make a difference. That was how Ash entered the conversation. Her eyes flicked towards him as he continued to stare down at the screen. He seems coherent enough, despite the him. No, he was infected with the dregs of humanity when I fought him the first time. I cannot make account for the second, but that was a divergent timeline weaving into my own at that point. He just came out and said something a little absurd. But what was that first thing? Dregs. Lord El Meloy too remarked, some other form of corruption of this abyss. I am no scholar on the matter. It all stems from the dark, thus that is all that truly matters. Great. Wonderful. Olga folded her arms and looked away. Then Ash let out a low utterance. I am surprised. She hummed back, what about? He knew Gawain's name. Was that really a shock? She turned her head slightly and cocked it, why wouldn't he? Ash looked back at her. Gawain and he met only once. Gundyr was far younger at the time of the meeting. I did not believe he would recall such information. Oh, well, that was probably rather tragic in some way. It was entirely possible that Gundyr simply was not acquainted with that many people and thus Ash really stuck out to him in the one meeting. She kept herself quiet as he turned back and resumed staring at the monitor. What does the presence of a ruler in this singularity entail? What? Lord El Meloy too let out a short and thoughtful hum. The presence of servants was already cause for concern, but the presence of a ruler is something else entirely. They are mediators of Holy Grail wars. They would not be summoned to a singularity without good cause, or so I would prefer to state, but there have been many exceptions to that general rule of thumb. He let out an irritated sigh and shook his head. Quite frankly, I could do little more than offer wild speculations as to why a ruler is present in this singularity. It could be any reason from someone trying to kickstart a Holy Grail war to a passing divine spirit getting slightly bored and looking for a way of killing time. The fact Olga could not even think of the latter reason as a joke said something about them. Romani gave a short cough. Well, should we be on the lookout for spontaneously appearing theme parks then? Damn it. Why couldn't she chastise him for that? It's not a matter for joking. With a groan, she leaned forwards and rested her head in her hands. I'd rather it be an actual, credible, threat to the timeline, rather than just another god trying to make up some sort of gag. Do you have the slightest idea how embarrassing a report like that is going to end up being if we submit more or less the same thing twice? She would never be able to show her face in public again. Well, she probably wouldn't anyway if they lived through all this, but it could always get worse. Is it better if it's Fafnir trying to burn down a country again? At least with the gag stuff it's less, traumatizing. She flicked her eyes towards him and gave him a flat stare. How about the next time we do this, You can get in a swimsuit and then do a dance routine up on stage for everyone to see. Romani thinned his lips and wisely ducked his head. Good. I still liked it. She shot a sour look towards Ash, which he managed to completely avoid on account of not actually looking at her, still facing the monitor. Shut up. She grumbled and turned her head. I'm still not doing it again. I know. Did he need to sound so disappointed? Lord El Meloy too let out a sound that almost sounded like a laugh, but he definitely was not doing that. Surely. I am vaguely reminded that this does not come close to some of the antics of my students. She twitched, briefly, then let her imagination get the better of her. Does that mean the rumors about flat escardos are true? If anything, the man seemed to age decades in the blink of an eye. They are grossly understating him. That was rather horrifying. Escardos. Ash spoke up with a low mutter. She flicked her eyes towards him. Then he twitched and frowned, like he was overcome with a headache. Strange. And then he gave no elaboration and went back to staring. Strange indeed. Olga looked back towards the monitor and set herself in for waiting for the eventual meet-up between this mystery ruler and Ritska's group. Hopefully they would be someone who wasn't, well, problematic. That felt like the diplomatic way of saying she hoped he wasn't about to run into another weirdo. He did that a lot. Amakusa Shuru, too. They walked a not insignificant distance. It was rather time-wasting. Perhaps it would be wise if the many geniuses you seem to have contracted put their wit together and created a rapid method of transport. She might have phrased it like a suggestion. But it was not. Her head turned a fraction, just so she could see he was actually paying attention to her. Briefly, her eyes turned on the assassin mounted atop his head. Her eyes lingered long enough that he took notice and shifted. Only marginally, but enough. The discomfort was prevalent across his face as her eyes remained on him with a long and unbroken stare. It was only when a dozen more seconds elapsed that he eventually replied. Ask about and see if we can't manage anything. Good. She disliked walking and the thought of having to rely on another servant to offer up a mount was something that she was marginally displeased with. Have it something modern, she instructed, because she had standards. And have it. Hey, Artie. Her remaining commands perished under the rather casual voice. She turned back around and glanced up at the figure in the communicator now. The transparent grin across her face. I do not recall granting permission to be addressed so casually. It's fine, I saved you the time of doing it. Was the rather quick retort she received, which would have had her eye twitch if she had any less control over herself. This was really the sort of behavior she expected. So you guys all went and met another servant. I heard about it and came right on up. Even better when I heard it was your brother, Ash. That sounds like some lovely chance for stories and reunions. Can you not feel the emotion? The response was shortcoming. No. And equally short in length. Dismissing the conversation entirely, she started to walk once again and resumed her previous line of thought. I believe something befitting modern locomotion would be of use. Oh, the transport, I think we would sort of need something to build it out of. I don't know if we can just pull this out of nowhere, can we? The shielder gave a ponderous hum. I believe there were spare materials, senpai, but we have made use of most of those already. I don't know if there is something else we could make to fit your demands, Your Majesty. She had high demands. With a slow turn of the head, she peered down at the one who wielded the shield and kept her gaze fixed on them for an equal length of time as the master. She lasted only a few seconds longer before breaking away and showing some mild discomfort. Then we shall see if these inventors are truly worthy of their lofty boasts. Without waiting for a response, she turned and marched onwards. Being back in Wales was something she would not have expected. Though there was some small measure of pride that it was unrelated to the era of Camelot, but that was quickly buried under the natural assumption that her kingdom would hardly need assistance in felling a singularity. She had been meticulous when it came to the elevation of her knights, only the best would suffice for her kingdom. And they had all demonstrated themselves to be the true apex of what a knight could aspire to in one form or another. Or they were just so incredibly useful to have around, in the case of Sir Agravain. So what's it like being back here? And then suddenly she was being spoken to. She gave a short grunt, some centuries before my time, and yet the landscape remains rather unchanged, but the population is sparse. I doubt we shall encounter another human for miles to come. The town we passed by was likely the only one for a distance from us all. Which made its destruction somewhat irritating. Whether it was the years before her birth or not, this was still her homeland and those had been her people. Or the ancestors of who would become her subjects. So, naturally, if she were to call herself a king, it was natural for her to crush any and all who could threaten her kingdom, and this was one such thing. Some of those people could well have been related to Hector if one stretched it all back far enough. Understandable that this was in the process of becoming a true singularity. Pretty open space then, huh? Master let out a thoughtful hum. Took a while to get around then without horses. She grunted. Even mounted were still hours of travel, and rarely in my youth did I have the chance for such things. Sir Hector's position afforded him much, but there were many things he lacked. Master appeared in the corner of her eye with a light chuckle. Yeah, I heard from Lily that most of the early years were a little chaotic. Mostly wandering around and getting involved in trouble with Merlin. The name had her scoff. That would have been an understatement. Why speak of this? She saw him shrug. Guess it's just me wanting to fill the silence. I think we'll be walking for quite a while, and doing it all while we're just staring at the scenery sounds nice and all, but I like to keep my mouth moving. A short pause, then he spoke again. Also, I'm worried Jack would get bored. The child. Don't worry, Mommy. Said girl loudly raised her voice, we can play the quiet game. The other mommies made us play that a lot as well. A comment that she was sure would turn the stomach of lesser fellows with the implications behind it, but she had no such room for compassion or pity. Merely the acknowledgement of it, as well as the weakness it seemed to invite. Her lips drew thinner still as she could imagine the expression of her master and others every time the girl opened her mouth and set loose another morose fact of her life. It was hardly as though they were all asking for such grim details about how she grew up, or how she might have been cast aside by her family or the family of the latest spirit who remained in her. She sincerely hoped that this was not going to prevent her master from actively making use of the assassin. Perhaps she would need to pull them aside and remind them of that if she noticed it becoming a concern. You, berserker. The berserker stopped and turned around to face her immediately. How long have you been summoned here? Staring her down, he gave a curt answer. My orders are to escort you. Ah, of course. She was perhaps the one who had been a touch foolish in expecting the berserker servant to actually understand what she was trying to ask. Keeping her expression painfully level, she stared up at the taller servant and took measured steps towards them. Then ask your master to give you permission. Berserker remained silent. Seconds ticked past. Then he spoke. I have been summoned for 2 days and 7 hours according to ruler. And then they turned around again and resumed marching onwards. 2 days. That was hardly the news she wished to hear of the servants around here, which either meant the ruler who contracted this berserker was a coward, or they were simply not strong enough to challenge whatever was making this singularity in the first place. Neither gave her a particularly good feeling. Rather, it made her feel quite a bit vexed. This was to be her future birthland, and they could summon no better than whatever dregs had been brought out of the throne to render assistance. A berserker servant with absolutely no ties to this land, and certainly not any ties to the world itself, and a ruler who operated through this lone servant. Or perhaps there were others. It annoyed her. You're upset. She inhaled and then exhaled, turning a rather dull eye onto her master. And are you to say you are content with the lack of progress? He frowned a little, though not at her. We've only just arrived, so I can't really say on whether or not they've been making bad progress. 2 days. All right, that sounds a little bad, but at the same time, he and ruler are probably running around on foot as well, and it could be that they're chasing someone down across the country who's good at hiding themselves. With a faint shrug, then a short sigh, her master turned and stared off after berserker. I guess I'm just waiting until we meet ruler before I figure out what we're supposed to do next. I can only guess about it. Guess. Her eyes narrowed a fraction. To call it a guess implies you have dragged this conclusion from nowhere. Use the information you have and speculate. Her eyes flicked past him and towards the shielder. I would hope that the two of you have enough intellect to manage that. Then her gaze flicked upwards onto the assassin who rode atop his shoulders. Provided you were present enough to use your head. The assassin stared back in confusion, but then shrunk down and looked away from her with a note of unease. And from that, she could feel the sour glare into the side of her head coming from the archer. Would they raise a voice to her words and call them false? She turned and ignored it entirely, marching onwards and towards Berserker, who had stopped once again to await their movements. Dragging around servants who acted like children was an invitation for nonsense. Especially if such nonsense was indulged upon. That situation where she took on the mantle of Santa was an entirely different matter because it had been more or less under their control from start to finish. This, however, was a true battlefield. And he was playing nursemaid to one of his protectors. Unless the assassin could demonstrate something of value, then they were nothing more than a liability. Walking on eggshells was a feeling he was used to. And he was feeling it right now. Every time King Arthur looked back and said something to him and he replied, it felt like she was trying to test him or something. And she wasn't entirely pleased with the answers she was getting either. Ritska. He was almost thankful when Lord El Meloy interjected to save him from his thoughts. We've been looking over your current trail. The landmark you're closest to is a rather famous tourist attraction. The Bone Cave, as it is rather artfully called. That sounded ominous. Oh, I've read about that, Senpai. Mash spoke up rather quickly as well. It's named as such for the discovery of at least 42 human skeletons in the cave which have dated back to the Bronze Age, which would be 3,000 years in the past from the present. In Welsh it is called the Ogof Yr Estern. Which, I think is the correct way of pronouncing it, but I'm not sure. Well, it did sound right to him. He glanced ahead of them towards the altered King Arthur. Considering she did not turn around and chastise them for the pronunciation of her language, he assumed that Mash had said it correctly. Bone Cave. Ritska was more focused on the name though. Couldn't they have named it something a little less sinister? Mash opened and closed her mouth, then she shrugged. I don't know, Senpai. At least it gets straight to the point. Well, there was that. At least no one was going to get confused as to what they would find in said cave. He gave a short incline of the head and hummed as he resumed walking, then stopped and looked up. All right, Jack. We're gonna give you some time to stretch your legs. Jack was literally on the ground by the time he had finished his sentence. It left him blinking at the speed at which she had moved. It was a little uncomfortable how she had just disembarked so quickly, like she was eager to get away from him. Except she turned around with a bright smile and looked like she was going to vibrate on the spot. Does that mean we're going to go exploring, Mommy? Are we going to find bad people ahead of us and then cut them? She really said some of the most violent stuff with a rather innocent expression. It was unnerving, if only a little. He was getting used to that with some of the other servants saying stuff that could be considered unhinged. Yeah. Ritska nodded down to her, but I want you to keep hidden in case you see anyone that looks too tough. I want you to tell me what you see, alright? Jack nodded her head. I mean it. Ritska dropped down to one knee and looked her dead in the eye, laying a hand on her shoulder. I don't want you running off and then getting hurt, alright? You tell me what you see and then you come straight back when I tell you. Okay. Jack nodded her head sharply. We understand, Mommy. And then she turned around and shot off ahead of them, vanishing under her presence concealment. Watching her go was a little hard. His eyes flicked down and he wished she had been a little older. Or at least if it had been a similar case with some of the gods and that her mind was just centuries older than him. It would have made it a little easier. Standing back up, he folded his arms. Hey, Mash. Yes, Senpai. Do you think it's... How was he going to word this? Do you think it's a little uncomfortable to send Jack into battle? Mash was silent for a while, then she spoke up. I'm not sure what you mean, Senpai. Right, He supposed it might be odd to ask that. No, was it odd? He rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. I guess she just acts too much like a kid that I forget she's a servant as well, but then she's still a kid so. He turned a little towards her and frowned. I guess I'm still just thinking about London. Mash winced rather quickly. Don't worry, senpai. I'll make sure that nothing happens to her. With a rather hasty fist on her chest, Mash nodded towards him. It was a little relieving to hear that from her, actually. That someone else was going to look out for her. Thanks, Mash. Ritsuka exhaled and shook his head, going back to talking a bit quicker now that he didn't have a weight on his shoulders. But, they aren't what I expected. He hummed back. Because one of the most famous serial killers in the world is a literal collection of dead children. That was a sentence. A rather grim one at that. Yes. Mash muttered back, I think about heroic spirits and I know it is often based on legend. So it is natural for Jack the Ripper to be there but I just expected them to be different. Ritsuka nodded along. She calls herself Jack and my mind doesn't even go to anything of the sort like Jack the Ripper or murders. Mash gave another short hum, this one of understanding. Because you are seeing her as a child. Ritsuka glanced to the right. Atalanta stared straight ahead, lips set in a tight line. When you look to that collection of spirits, you see not the evil they did in life but the child they are at heart. The one that yearns for affection that all children deserve. The woman turned and looked right at them both. You know this and speak to her as if she were a child all the same, why is that? Why? Ritsuka tilted his head. Because she is. This was confusing. This entire situation, really. Resting his hand on his head, he rubbed his brow. I guess it might just be me being a little odd. I look at her and how she acts and my head just screams, little kid, and then she calls me mommy and I'm just moving on instinct. Atalanta raised a brow, maternal instinct. No. He groaned back, then paused. Wait a second. His eyes flicked up, but the archer had already turned away from him and was skipping ahead. Did she just? He whipped his head towards Mash and pointed towards the direction Atalanta had gone off in. Did she just? Mash only stared back with a hint of surprise, then gave him a slow nod of the head. I believe she might have made a joke, senpai. That was definitely a good sign, right? Do you think I have maternal instincts, Mash? Mash thinned her lips. I don't know, senpai. It seems to be something that can have a lot of different answers. Sorry. Oh, right. That was my bad for asking, sorry. It was a little insensitive of me. He sighed and then thought about something else. Actually, weren't you under the care of Romani? How did he act? The doctor. Mash blinked back at him. He talked a lot to me about things that I didn't understand at first. Though thinking back on it all, I am sure he was just making me think about things that weren't really relevant to what I had been taught before. It was him that got me interested in Holmes' novels. Did he read them to you? No. Boo. Ritsuka flicked up his communicator. Romani. Where is the audiobook of you reading some Sherlock Holmes books? How am I supposed to respond to this? Romani's face greeted him with a strained frown as he looked about. I am sure we could spare you for a few hours. Came the immediate response from the director. An audiobook. And there was Ash. Oh, right. Actually, I think you would appreciate an audiobook, Ash. Ritsuka beamed. It's where someone else records themselves reading a book and then you listen to it. Because it's all online, you can just listen to it whenever you want. That way you don't need to worry about the not being able to read. I understand. That was a lot less enthusiastic than he hoped it would have been. I'll read him some. A call was still there. I am unsure where I would begin with such a concept. True enough. Ritsuka thought about it for a moment, then looked towards Mash. What do you think? She blinked in shock, pointing to herself. Me. I don't know, senpai. Ritsuka shrugged. The most I've read before are manga and dinosaur books. Unless Ash is interested in listening to me rant for a full hour about the hunting tactics of a Tyrannosaurus and why Jack Horner is talking out of his ass. He stopped when he caught both the collective expressions of the command room and Mash staring at him with pinched brows. He might have gotten a little passionate. Coughing into his fist, he turned his head to the side a little. Yeah, dinosaurs. Ash was silent for a while. I do not know many things about dinosaurs. Wait, so was he actually interested? And I am puzzled as to why you would display such anger towards Jack Horner. Oh, did he just get Ash interested in dinosaurs because of his little slip up there? Was this a victory? He was taking it as one. Hours of walking brought them to a cave. Ritska stood there, arms at his hips, and peered down into the dark. There isn't going to be a surprise reveal where the Holy Grail is down there in that cave as well, is there? He subtly directed his gaze towards King Arthur. Except they were already looking at him the moment he started speaking. If that should happen, she began with a rather dry tone, then I expect it to be resolved quickly, considering you have ample experience with such things, do you not? More so that I am now present. Gee, way to puff up his ego. Ritska shrugged a little and glanced back. Guess we're gonna go in then. Romani, Ash, you two have anything yet? I would be unable to tell you anything of value. Ash replied, as I cannot understand the monitors. And energy readings are looking a little high. Romani followed up, at this rate, we're looking at a pseudo-Holy Grail that is growing stronger and stronger by the moment. Best to nip this in the bud quickly before it gets worse. Yikes. Ritska frowned at that. It was really spiraling that badly. They hadn't been here that long, which meant this was shaping up to be one of those, just in the nick of time, moments or something. Assassin. He called through the link. Yes, Mommy. Came the voice directly behind him. Gah. He jolted and whipped around. She was literally right there, head cocked and peering up at him with a flick of surprise. Oh, sorry. We didn't mean to scare you, are you upset? Ritska coughed and let out a breath. It wasn't that he had been scared, he just wasn't expecting it to happen. No, just surprised is all. Anyway, I take it you didn't see anything. Nope. She puffed out and nodded her head. I looked really hard as well and didn't see anything that needed to be stabbed. It means that you're all safe, Mommy. Then she leaned to the side and peered around him. The smile vanished into a deep and thoughtful frown. Do you want us to go and explore the dark place there too? We're good at searching in the dark. We can be really sneaky. That, huh? Ritska cupped his chin and hummed. It wasn't a bad idea, actually. Yet sending her off alone in there. This was getting a little tough but. All right. You go in there and you hide really well and come as soon as I call you, all right? Same rules as last time. You see any strangers you stay hidden and you tell me immediately. Jack nodded her head. We understand, Mommy. And then she just vanished again, disappearing into nothing but smoke and even that faded. Drawing out a short breath, he nodded his head and turned back around. Once again, he found himself catching the corner of the altar Artoria, the cold yellow eye peering at him for a brief moment, then pulling away just as quickly. Had she been watching the whole interaction? Ritska set that little thought aside and walked to the mouth of the cave, Berserker having marched further inwards, then stopped and turned to face them, the barest hint of their helmet visible through the light of the sun at their backs. All it really served to do was make Berserker look a bit creepy, actually. Ritska turned to Mash, hand extended. You packed the torch, Mash. Yes, Senpai. And she was quick with a reply, already pulling out the flashlight and handing it towards him. We should probably start packing some head torches, shouldn't we? You think so, Senpai? Mash cocked her head, then pinched her lips and nodded up and down. It might be a good idea, she agreed. It would definitely help in keeping hands free. That's what I was thinking. He flicked the light on and pointed it into the cave. You think one of these days we'll ever go into a dark cave for some casual exploration and not encounter some giant monster, Holy Grail or wooden chest that wants to eat us? He took the first few steps and continued on. Because the way this is going, I think cave diving is going to be ruined for me forever. Mash let out a soft noise. Is that so? I'm sorry to hear that, senpai. I'm sure that we will one day find a cave that doesn't have any hostiles using it as a base or have dangers to your life. There are many natural cave systems in the world that are popular tourist destinations. Da Vinci told me about those in the past and listed them out in terms of most beautiful. Ritsuka hummed. What was number one? Mash was silent for a moment, then replied. She said that the Ruakuri caves were the best for appreciation because the beauty came from a number of different factors beyond formation. There is a healthy population of glowworms that provide luminescence. I have seen pictures of them. She sounded rather pleased about that. Ritsuka hummed and raised his wrist, allowing for the communicator to come on. You guys know about those caves. I didn't really go on a lot of holidays, to be honest. Romani replied. Ritsuka stopped and looked at the communicator. Seriously. Romani raised a brow and looked around. How come everyone is staring at me like that? Because you just said something utterly unbelievable and, wait, come to think of it, have you ever booked a sick day? Now the director was joining in and she definitely sounded as though she was realizing something. Ritsuka was starting to as well. I am a doctor. I think I would know how to avoid getting sick. Alright, that did make sense. Have you actually taken a day off either? I'm not talking about being kidnapped by servants. Is that a category we have now? He heard the director sigh, unfortunately. Yikes. Ritsuka felt the eyes on the back of his head once more. He turned just a little. Note to self, he thought, Atalanta's eyes are like a cat. They do glow in the dark. They were also very intimidating when they did that. He just as quickly turned his head back around and kept on walking. Kidnapping aside, Ritsuka broke back into the conversation. You ever go into any interesting caves, Ash? I fought the Darkeater Madir in one. I believe that would suffice as interesting. That big dragon that spoke. ... Must have been a pretty wide cave to let you do that. It was. Ash replied. I also recall the catacombs, plagued with skeletons and old warriors of the desiccated kingdom of Karthus. The ruins of the old demon kingdom, occupied with monsters that brought flame and breathed death. Ritsuka turned his flashlight about, briefly, and let out a hum. I need to stop asking you this sort of thing because it's making me a little paranoid, to be honest. He shuddered. Like I'm already never going to look at a treasure chest without picturing it with teeth now. Mimics are real. He heard the rather shocked voice somewhere behind him. Sounded like Sanora. Oh, yeah. Ritsuka nodded his head. Real enough. We met one when we were treasure hunting with Francis Drake. Ash and Havel really wanted to smash it first and she was adamant that it would destroy whatever treasure was inside it. I maintain my stance that we should have struck the chest with great force. Well, yeah. He could only let out a small huff as he rolled his eyes. We know you were right in the end. Hard not to when it stood up and ate you, then they started turning into pumpkins as well. That was also kind of horrifying. I consider the experience of death valuable enough to ensure I do not make the same mistake again. Arturia Alter scoffed, or, perhaps, you would have the sense to avoid dying in the first place and save yourself from the trouble. It is difficult to do so. And yet, she gave a dry retort, many others have managed it for years. My knights and I lived in a land of myth and a time of magic. For years we walked alongside creatures that would have killed a human with a flick of the wrist and fought with beasts that were born of the word monster. Ritsuka raised his voice. All right, we're not going to turn this into an argument over who was living in the worst place. With neither of them responding, he allowed himself a short breath and glanced ahead to Berserker. Gundyr was staring him down, helm masking any sort of expression he might have been making. How much further? Ritsuka asked. Not far, came the response. Gundyr turned back around and kept on walking. Guy of few words, Ritsuka muttered and resumed his walk. It was a little eerie. Even Ash at his worst was still more talkative than this and he sounded more, well, alive. It was a horrible thing to say but Gundyr sounded more like a robot. So what's ruler like? They command me. That was somehow the answer he expected. I mean, how did they command you? Did they ask politely or did they just point and tell you to do things? He took a short step down and flashed the light around for a moment. Did you guys meet by chance or were they just waiting for you? Berserker replied, my commands are to escort you. Ruler will answer questions. He stopped, briefly, and stared at the back of Gundyr. It didn't even feel like the dismissal it was. Just that the torch was getting passed along to someone else. All right. He wasn't sure he would get much of a response if he kept on talking. At the same time, if he stopped it would feel like giving up. I've met a few rulers before, I'm contracted to most of the ones I met. No response, but that was fine. As long as they were listening. Mostly goddesses, actually, I get the requirement is to be a mediator but to be honest. I'm not sure how good some of those guys would be. I mean, some of them I could definitely see being good at the role, sure, but on the other hand, I sort of don't trust the others to leave well enough alone. He made another short term. Like, have you ever heard of Velka? No response. Well, she's the goddess of sin and it's all well and good with her presiding over that but, again, I really struggle with assuming she wouldn't do something. She might have no wish for the Holy Grail but she might also get involved with the servants inside a Holy Grail war. It was an idle thought. But one he would not put past her. So I don't know how that works for a mediator role, you know any guys who would be ruler servants? He wasn't sure if he expected an honest answer, or any answer. But, surprisingly enough, he got one from Atalanta. 2. She said. And I have misgivings of them. That sounded like it was quite the story. Past Holy Grail War. Yes. Ritska let out a wry laughter, sounds like something that was par for the course of Holy Grail Wars. Like things flying off the rails as a compulsion for them, never heard of any of them actually going right. Mash followed up, I am sure that it has happened, Senpei. Yeah. Romani chimed in, there was the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki, that one actually worked. Wait, what? Ritska frowned, we talking about the Fuyuki that's on fire? Yes, but that's a singularity. The fact it's so destroyed is entirely because it's a singularity. The actual Holy Grail War succeeded. It was I suppose until Chaldeas, it was the achievement that the previous director was best known for. Previous director. Your dad won a Holy Grail War, Olga. Don't talk to me so casually when on task. Came the immediate response, but yes, he did. Then Lord El Meloy followed up, I suppose we can consider this another curious difference in timelines. Lord Animosphere did not participate in the Holy Grail War one I'm familiar with, instead it was Tokiomi Tasaka and Lord Kaneth El Meloy Archibald. El Meloy. Any relation? No. That response came almost immediately. Well, alright then. So did your Holy Grail War go off the rails then? It proceeded until the end. As the reports went, the Holy Grail War that followed was just as problematic. That sounded rather miserable, all things considered. I guess your dad got lucky. Lucky. The director sounded a little annoyed. Yeah, I mean, he must have gotten a servant he could work alongside pretty well with, right? I don't actually know. Oh. Shame. Anyway. Romani cut back in, sounding a little nervous, putting the talk of Holy Grail Wars aside, you're close enough that I can actually get a reading on some servant signals ahead of you. Looks like 2. Ruler class and an archer class, the archer definitely seems like they are more powerful than the ruler. Ritska raised a brow. That sounded curious. And then a new voice cut him. Then if that is the case, came the rather haughty tone. The one summoned as a mediator is truly a poor fool for their assigned role, that they would be outmatched by the one they are to dictate to. Ritska stopped completely and jolted in surprise. King Gilgamesh. Indeed, he could see them right behind the heads of everyone else. Yikes, it looked like the guy had just dragged the tension of the room sky high the moment he appeared as well. What faces you all wear. Gilgamesh continued, cease your gawking, while I am aware of my grand presence upon your minds, it would be best for you mongrels to fix your gaze where it is truly required. I was merely passing and thought to observe you for my amusement. Ah, that made more sense. Ritska inclined his head a little. I was wondering, I didn't think we would be doing something that would earn you attention, King Gilgamesh. And you would be correct in believing as such, the actions of mongrels rarely warrant the eyes of the king. Ash turned his head just a little, except you are here. As are you, beast. Gilgamesh scoffed back, without even looking. Your presence is hardly required for this mere chore. The blonde turned back and stared at the screen. King Gilgamesh. He leaned back just enough so that Mash could step up. Is it possible that there is something about this singularity that is interesting to you? Gilgamesh stared at them through the screen. Then frowned. Do not become so conceited, mongrel. I believe I have said that your actions would rarely warrant the eyes of the king. Oh, my mistake. Mash nodded rapidly, then it is something related to the Holy Grail or the servants. Do not bother to question my presence, mongrel, you will not understand the wisdom of the king. It was a rather flippant dismissal. And is that yet another of the whore's brood? Goodness, you draw the company of fools like carrion draws maggots. I believe you would do well to start a form of quality control, as though they would allow any mongrel who can wield a spear into the throne. A short laugh bubbled from the king. How pitiful your world must have been, beast, that they relied on figures such as these to champion them forth. I believe it went without saying. Ash dryly retorted. Ritska felt like he really should have said something. Then felt like the distance of the communicator would not have mattered if he did something to annoy Gilgamesh. Therefore he changed the topic entirely and hoped that would be the end of it. How close to the servants are we, Romani? At least 50 meters. I know it's probably hard to tell because of the cave system and all that, but, good luck. The director let out a small scoff. I think Ash's words can be used again and that good luck went without saying for Fujimaru. Well, it is certainly a type of luck, I can't say it's good or bad. Then Gilgamesh followed up with a laugh, indeed. Fuahahaha. The scales that measure your fortune swinging in both directions to the very extreme. It is amusing how one can even live through such things, all without the blessing of that winged goddess who now roams the halls like a common bandit. Ritska blinked and stopped. Wait, so you knew about the food theft as well? Food theft? Oh, right. Sanora. Ritska slowly turned his head about and then gave a short nod. Yeah, Caffrey has been stealing stuff from the pantry. Strawberries and cakes. Sanora stared at him long and hard, then gave a short grunt. I believe you are misunderstanding. I would consider this the goddess claiming her rightful tribute. It is by the grace of the others lords that we have not been required to offer up tribute upon them at regular intervals. She then quickly bowed her head. That is my interpretation of events, my liege. Well, we've got plenty of experience with stuff like that. Ritska muttered and turned back around, wandering through the caves. Though I'd have been happier if she just asked for something rather than swiping ingredients. I figure we would have been able to make food a little better for her. And a stray cat would be granted sanctuary if they took up the kindness of an owner. Gilgamesh gave a rather dry word, yet some prefer the cold. It is a humorous image all the same to see a goddess of pride acting as a common thief. I resent the accusation that Lady Caffrey is a common thief. Sanora sounded a little aggrieved by that now. Resent my words to your heart's content, mongrel, they will not change the truth of the matter. You should consider yourself blessed to even see this side of your goddess. I doubt many mortals were blessed with the chance to see them at their most base. This guy really knew which buttons to push, didn't he? Reminded him of Hans. Sanora bristled and then looked like she was going to reply. Ritska sent her a look that was all but pleading her not to do that. It was a bad idea. Her shoulders remained tensed, then they loosened and she lowered herself a little. Gilgamesh was staring at the screen, then scoffed loudly and did little else. It felt like that was the end of it. Which was pretty good, in his opinion. I find it almost insulting. The words came from behind him. The faint tone of Artoria Alter sounded rather deriding. That this is the group that defeated a version of me, and when they were less experienced. I must have been in poor form that day. Ritska shrugged, we all get our bad days. Quite. Now where were they? Ah, right. Hey, Atalanta. Did you ever go cave diving in any interesting places? No, really. Shame. He hummed at the message he received from Berserker, sitting himself back down against the rock and giving his focus to the archer across the room. They watched him intently, all with those eyes that were very clearly seeing through him right now. So he gave them an innocent smile. It earned a rather gentle scoff. "Are you really going to try playing that saintly look now?" "I'm not sure what you mean," he replied with a small chuckle. "I am hoping we can pass the time in a civil manner until Berserker returns with the master he discovered." They appear to have contracted quite the retinue of servants to their cause as well. It was relieving and rather daunting. A single master with so many servants. Surely there were supposed to be rules against that sort of thing, at least in a normal Holy Grail war. Then he stopped and inclined his head ever so slightly. "Ah, wait, that might have been a little hypocritical of him." Well, not really. He was just thinking it was against the rules, but then again, he'd broken those before, so this would be nothing new. And it was not like he would rebuke the master for being apparently so well liked that many servants would come to their side. "I guess we'll have our answer soon enough then." Archer drummed his hands on his knees and smiled. He nodded back to them. "I suppose we shall indeed. The master will clearly understand my point of view and will agree with my terms." "Your point of view?" Archer raised a confused brow at him. "I think you're not quite understanding something here. Clearly they will recognize my authority and they will agree that the Holy Grail is mine to claim purely because it already belonged to me. It's just a case of helping a person reclaim their stolen property. There is nothing wrong with that." Was that the line of argument they would be using? HMPH. "I am quite sure you have a number of Holy Grails resting within your hoards of treasure that you could spare one for the benefit of mankind." He got a flat look in response. "That all depends on whether I view your agenda as for the benefit of mankind, you know. You're being pretty assuming with all of this in the first place. Don't you think more than one person is going to disagree with you here?" "Well, yes. But pleasing everyone was always going to be impossible, so it was best to just please those he could. Then time would heal those who disagreed and they would see the error of their ways. Provided they did not try and stand against him, of course. But there was no accounting for personal choice. We could just let the master decide when he arrives." Archer proposed. He found the suggestion rather appealing, a tie-breaker of sorts. "It would prevent the need for a fight between us." Cupping his chin, he let the idea settle. Indeed, he was at a disadvantage against Archer if it came to blows. They were by far a heroic spirit of a greater caliber than him, and even if he did hold the class of ruler, it was a marginal advantage that he was offered. If it came to a fight, he was uncertain that he could win. He didn't think that there was much shame with admitting that. He was truly just outclassed, but if he were to use his skills as a ruler before the fighting could begin in earnest, then he would have a chance. Archer probably knew that as well, hence why they had not resorted to violence quickly enough. Berserker hardly factored into the discussion at all. He was content with doing what was asked of him and nothing else. Really, he was more baffled that someone like that would have even answered the call of a Holy Grail in the first place. They didn't have a wish at all. A faint crack echoed through the chamber. He turned his head very slowly towards the entrance of the chamber and narrowed his eyes. He could easily sense them now. The collection of approaching heroic spirits and Berserker. But the assassin he had been told about could already be in here somewhere. Not to mention that description. Could it have been Assassin of Black? It certainly felt like it was the right answer, and the archer as well. He felt a little on edge about meeting such familiar faces once again. Though he and Archer had been allies, perhaps he could call upon her once again. She might appreciate his ideas, at least. Still, it was best that he was a little presentable, he figured. Standing up, he brushed down his clothes and removed the dust as best as he could, straightening himself out and keeping his posture level, wearing his most polite and approachable smile. Hoping for a good impression? Archer asked from across the room, wearing a rather clear smirk on their lips. He inclined his head backwards. It can hardly hurt to make a good first impression. Especially if we are going to be working together. Are you sure about that? Archer continued, expression like that of a cat. I have faith. That answer sounds like a cheat. I can assure you, it is very genuine. Berserker entered first and Ritsuka moved in right behind them, flicking the light off as he did so. Seemed like there was already some lighting above their heads from some glowing crystal. Probably magic. Berserker did a rather sharp twist and stepped to the side, dropping his head down and standing to attention. The movement was so quick and so graceful that Ritsuka was caught staring for a few moments, then he walked past them and nodded slightly. Thanks for the escort. Always best to be polite. Then a voice called across, stepping forwards and under the light of the crystal. Greetings, Master of Chaldea and his servants. He knew that voice. Ritsuka turned his eyes across the room and stared at the familiar figure. Amakusa Shuru. The ruler seemed to lose step for just a moment, then quickly gathered himself once again and let out a wry chuckle. Ah, it seems that my reputation has gotten ahead of me, though I am sorry to say you have me at a disadvantage right now. Hands clasped together, Amakusa Shuru looked much as he had in the tower. Even had the same smile and everything. Circumstances might have been a little different, but it was hard to forget how they had almost cut off his head. We've met before. Ritsuka provided them, keeping his expression even. Amakusa Shuru made a small noise of understanding. Is that so? Then I am sorry that I do not remember it, which is rather unusual, or perhaps not. Forgive me for being curious about it, but you do not seem to be looking at me as though we were good friends during that last meeting. Was it that easy to tell? Ritsuka offered a faint shrug. I mean, you tried to cut off my head. Ah. Amakusa made a small noise, lips thinning out. Seeing as you are standing here, it seems that I failed. Which is fortunate as it means that we can work together. That probably came out as more awkward than he intended. In fairness, a lot of people have tried to kill me. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder, after taking a brief look to confirm, towards Artoria altar. A version of her tried to kill me as well, so it's not as unusual as you think. Amakusa nodded slowly. In that case, I would like to offer my assurances that unless there is cause for it, I will not be trying to claim your head. I hope that you are here for the same reason that we are here. Ah, right. Ritsuka glanced to the other side of the room, then double-talked. King Gilgamesh. Ah, hello. The younger Gilgamesh from London. Hand raised in greeting, the young blonde smiled at them all. Naturally you know who I am. It's nice to meet you, again. HMPH. Saying that feels quite correct, but it also feels like I should be feeling something else. Rather strange, there's an unusually chilly feeling coming from you right now. The young Gilgamesh frowned and hopped up to his feet, cupping his chin and leaning forwards ever so slightly. Do you have someone that's perched on your shoulders who is a little troublesome? I feel like that would explain it. You would serve only to insult yourself with such words. Oh dear. Ah, that would explain it. Young Gilgamesh grimaced and leaned back. It seems like you'd got yourself a touch of bad luck there, master. And now they were looking at him with this really sympathetic expression. He kept himself perfectly still to avoid giving off anything that could be called an answer. So, do you remember us? It's not quite there. Young Gilgamesh shrugged. I just feel as though I have met you before and that there was quite an impression, but I struggle to place it. Of course, I could just cheat, but I would feel more comfortable getting to know you properly. Young Gilgamesh skipped across the room and stopped in front of him, hand extended towards him. So let's get along, alright, Ni-san. Ritsuka paused halfway through raising his hand to shake it. Beg pardon. Oh, is that not how they say it in Japan? I am sure that my knowledge is correct. Do not entertain this farce, mongrel. It felt like Gilgamesh, the older one, was right here and glaring daggers into the back of his neck. Hey, that's not very nice. Younger Gilgamesh pouted, hands dropping to his hips. I am being rather sincere at the moment. I think it's just polite to get to know the person you're going to be working with, right? It can be achieved without such a display. Gilgamesh sounded rather irritated right now. Oh dear. Then it is normal to express dislike towards your younger self. And then Ash came in with that. Which felt like a loaded question if ever there was one. Hey, it's not quite so one-sided. Young Gilgamesh answered, then blinked and leaned forwards, grabbing Ritska's arm gently and pulling the communicator closer, squinting at the screen and cocking his head. The red eyes flicked back and forth several times. Then he gave a short hum. Quote. You really don't do things by half measures, Ni-san. Both my older self and this one. You really are a reckless one. I think I can see why he would stick around with you if you're leading around such interesting people. The boy let him go, then pointed. Just don't let him get to you with his sharp barbs. He can be pretty ruthless sometimes, which is a little frustrating. Ignore the words of this young fool. Gilgamesh rebuked almost instantly, and it would be wise for you to demonstrate some restraint. The impetuous of youth is often rewarded with a firm hand. Really? I never had that problem. Young Gilgamesh chuckled and leaned backwards. Maybe it's just something that happens to you. Ritska flicked his eyes across to Amakusa, who now seemed like they were the least dangerous person in the room. He offered a faint shrug which indicated he wasn't all that sure about it either, but the little smile on his face felt kind of annoying right now. Probably because of how blasé it was. Great. Now he felt like a spectacle. Ah well. You can come out now. Okay. He expected the voice to be right behind him this time, so he wasn't surprised. Turning around, he smiled down and dropped a hand on the mop of white hair. Good job. He got a winning smile in response. It made him feel good about that. Raising his head, he caught the most peculiar expression from Amakusa, the eyes lingering on Jack with something like surprise, but it was more in line with recognition. Wait a second, I don't suppose you've met her as well. Quote. Not personally. Amakusa responded, but I did know of her by her actions during the Holy Grail War. I suppose you might call this an impromptu reunion. Though I knew Archer behind you far better. Really? Ritska turned and looked over his shoulder towards Atalanta. She did not deny it, instead facing Amakusa with an expression that was somewhat strained with thought. It was possible she did not remember him. Or she did, and this guy was really bad at leaving behind impressions. Both were quite possible, he figured. Turning back to Amakusa, he inclined his head a little. So, I take it you, Archer and Berserker have been here for quite a while then, yes. He received a nod of the head. Almost as soon as the Holy Grail started to form within this strange time, I was summoned because of my past dealings with them. I would hardly claim to be an expert, but I would suspect there are few summonable servants who have as good an understanding of how a Holy Grail works than me. That was being an expert though. Not just that, it was also claiming to be an expert as well. Ritska stared for a few seconds, then felt a small pull on the side of his shirt, leaning back towards the direction of it and soon having Mash whisper to him. Senpai. This person just said something incredibly confusing. Yes. Ritska confirmed, yes he did. But that was neither here nor there for now. Interrupting this point. Ah, thank goodness. Lord El Meloy too. Your claim is rather, well, I would call it suspect, but I am more curious to ask the strength of the force we are facing. Considering you are a ruler servant with aforementioned expertise in the Holy Grail, beside you stands the King of Heroes. Even if they are a younger iteration, they would lose little of their ability beyond experience. I think I make up for it in being personable. Young Gilgamesh chimed in with a rather coy smile. Mommy. Jack whispered, the blonde boy is very shiny. Yes, he was. Thanks. Apparently Gilgamesh heard that. I do try. Ritska knew that expression. It was the face of someone who didn't actually try but was just making an effort to be kind. Yes, moving on. El Meloy quipped with a dull tone, and arriving at our last servant. A berserker who has demonstrated that he is far from the usual appearance of the class. If there can even be called such a thing, and has also shown to be quite capable. That was a very good point. Ritska soon nodded along with the words of El Meloy too. So, he clapped his hands together. What's the problem? And he was answered by a scoff from behind him. Should it not be obvious, Master? Arturia Alter sounded almost amused. Can you not see it with the distance they carry and with the looks they aim? They were summoned by the call of the Grail and cannot resist its temptations. What? Ritska turned and looked at her, furrowing his brows a little. That didn't make sense. If they were summoned to this singularity, then wouldn't they have been trying to fix it? He looked back to the pair in front of him. Then felt his hope perish as neither one of them said anything. Instead they traded looks which spoke 1,000 words. His shoulders dropped. Seriously. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.